Ever felt like you're trapped in a mental prison where everyone else holds the keys? Where every conversation feels like watching adults play pretend, but they've forgotten they're pretending? You sit there, watching people get genuinely excited about things that make your soul die a little inside. You nod, you smile, you participate, but inside you're screaming because you can see exactly how hollow it all is, and nobody else seems to notice. This is the daily hell of being too intelligent for your own social good. It's like being the only sober person at a party where everyone's drunk on delusions, and you're expected to pretend the slurred conversations make perfect sense. You watch people chase meaningless goals with religious fervor, build their entire identities around brands and trends that will be forgotten next year, and treat social media likes as if they're life or death validation. Meanwhile, your brain is processing the absurdity of it all in high definition, seeing the puppet strings behind every interaction, the marketing manipulation behind every desire, the evolutionary programming behind every social ritual. And the worst part? You can't turn it off. You can't unsee what you see. You can't go back to the blissful ignorance that makes everyone else so content. Arthur Schopenhauer, the guy who basically invented pessimism as a philosophy, once dropped this truth bomb. The more unintelligent a man is, the less mysterious existence seems to him. And here's the kicker. He wasn't being mean. He was being painfully accurate. He understood something that society desperately tries to ignore. Intelligence is often a burden disguised as a gift. The smarter you get, the more complex and confusing the world becomes. The more you learn, the more you realize how little anyone actually knows. The deeper you think, the more you see the cracks in everything everyone else takes for granted. While others sleep peacefully in their simple explanations and comfortable assumptions, the intelligent mind stays awake, turning over questions that have no easy answers, seeing problems that have no clean solutions. The highly intelligent don't just see the world differently, they feel it differently. And that vision, it makes solitude not just a choice, but a psychological necessity for survival. Their nervous systems are wired differently, processing information at higher speeds, making connections others miss, feeling the weight of existence more intensely. They experience life like having all your nerve endings exposed. Every social interaction burns a little. Every shallow conversation stings. Every moment of pretending to care about trivial things feels like betraying their own intelligence. But why? What happens in the mind of someone whose intelligence becomes their prison? What drives brilliant minds to retreat from the very society they could help transform? What psychological mechanisms kick in when your brain operates on a frequency that most people can't even detect, let alone tune into? The answers aren't pretty, but they're necessary if we want to understand why some of the most capable minds in our world choose to step away from the very communities that need them most. Let's get real for a second. Society has this weird fantasy that smart people are supposed to be these happy, well-adjusted leaders who thrive in groups. Bullshit. That's Hollywood nonsense designed to make average people feel better about the world. The reality is far more uncomfortable and psychologically complex than anyone wants to admit. Intelligence often comes with a price tag that society doesn't want to acknowledge exists, like a high-performance sports car that requires premium fuel and constant maintenance just to function normally. Most people can run on regular social interactions, simple pleasures, and basic explanations for complex phenomena. But highly intelligent minds, they need different fuel, different maintenance, different operating conditions entirely. When your brain processes information faster than others, sees patterns they miss, and connects dots they can't even find, the world becomes a very different place. It's like having high-definition vision in a world where everyone else is squinting through fog, then being expected to pretend you see the same blurry shapes they do. You notice inconsistencies in people's logic that they're completely blind to. You spot emotional manipulations they fall for every time. And here's where it gets uncomfortable. The smarter you are, the more you realize how much of human behavior is
What's
driven
up,
by
Stinky Banana?
illusion,
How you doing?
delusion, and straight-up lies. You watch people build entire worldviews on foundations you can see are made of sand, then get angry when you point out the cracks. Schopenhauer saw this clearly. He understood that intelligence doesn't just change what you know, it changes what you can unsee. Once you understand how propaganda works, you can't enjoy political speeches the same
Sweet.
way.
Glad you got a
Once you
day
grasp
off.
psychological manipulation, you can't
This is
watch
my day off.
advertising without feeling slightly
How's the
sick.
stream going? It's going
Once you
okay.
see how social hierarchies actually function, you can't participate in office politics with a straight face. And once you see the matrix, really see it, not just intellectually understand it, going back to pretending it
It's the
doesn't
first time
exist
streaming in a
becomes
while,
not
so
just
I'm kind of
difficult,
off.
but psychologically impossible. It's like trying to forget that you know how magic tricks work while everyone else is still amazed by the illusion. Society rewards conformity, not truth. Here's the first brutal reality. Society doesn't actually want truth tellers, it wants comfort givers. Think about it. When was the last time someone thanked you for pointing out an uncomfortable truth? When did a group celebration break out because someone highlighted a problem everyone was
Yeah,
ignoring?
we played with
Never.
Zap, I believe.
Because groups don't run on logic. They run on consensus. And consensus requires everyone to agree on a shared version of reality, even when that version is demonstrably false. The group needs to believe that their company is ethical, their political party is righteous, their lifestyle choices are optimal, and their worldview is correct. Anyone who threatens that consensus, even with facts, logic, and evidence, becomes an enemy of group cohesion. Schopenhauer observed that mediocrity thrives in crowds because it seeks safety in numbers. The average person doesn't want to think too hard, question too much, or rock the boat too violently. They want to belong, fit in, and feel normal, which requires accepting the group's definitions of what's normal, reasonable, and acceptable. Critical thinking is fine as long as it reaches the same conclusions everyone else has reached. Innovation is celebrated as long as it doesn't threaten existing power structures. Intelligence is praised as long as it's used to validate what people already believe rather than challenge it. But what happens when you're the person who can't help but notice that the emperor isn't wearing any clothes? What happens when your brain automatically spots the logical fallacies in every argument, the emotional manipulation in every speech, the self-serving bias in every explanation? You become the problem. Not because you're wrong, often you're painfully right, but because being right threatens the psychological comfort that keeps groups functioning. You become the person who asks uncomfortable questions at meetings, who points out obvious solutions that no one wants to implement, who can't pretend that obviously flawed plans will work just because everyone wants them to work. Highly intelligent people often see through cultural illusions faster than you can say trending topic. They spot the shallow social norms that serve no real purpose except maintaining artificial hierarchies. They recognize mass delusions when they're still forming, seeing how media manipulation and social pressure combine to make entire populations believe things that are obviously false. They notice how collective lies get repeated until they become common knowledge, how propaganda disguises itself as education, how marketing masquerades as culture. And this clarity? It makes group life absolutely exhausting. Because once you see the mechanisms behind social control, participating in them feels like collaborating with your own manipulation. Imagine having to pretend you believe in things you know are false, not just once or twice, but constantly, in every social situation you enter. Imagine nodding along to conversations where every statement makes you want to scream, but that's not how any of this works, while maintaining a pleasant expression and contributing meaningless small talk. Imagine having to act excited about things that bore you to tears, pretend to be surprised by outcomes you predicted months ago, and show enthusiasm for activities that feel like intellectual torture. Imagine suppressing every instinct to correct obvious errors, point out glaring inconsistencies, or offer solutions to problems everyone's complaining about, but no one actually wants to solve. That's not socializing. That's performance art. And highly intelligent people? They get tired of being actors in other people's comfort plays. They exhaust themselves maintaining these social personas that bear no resemblance to their actual thoughts, feelings, or interests. Every interaction becomes a careful balancing act between being authentic enough to maintain their sanity and being fake enough to avoid social rejection. They learn to ration their real opinions, their genuine insights, their actual personality, doling out carefully measured doses of authenticity that won't frighten or offend their audience. The psychological toll of this constant performance is devastating. It's like being a professional translator who has to live their entire life converting their native thoughts into a foreign language that everyone else can understand. Every conversation requires mental effort. Every social gathering demands emotional labor. Every group activity becomes an exercise in code switching between who they really are and who they need to pretend to be to fit in. And after years of this exhausting performance, many highly intelligent people reach a breaking point where they realize that most of their social relationships are built on completely false foundations. People don't actually know them. They know the carefully crafted persona designed to make social interaction possible. Here's what nobody talks about. Socializing isn't energizing for everyone. For highly intelligent people, most social interactions are like running mental marathons while pretending to enjoy it. Schopenhauer warned that constant socializing dissipates mental energy like a leaky battery. Every fake smile, every forced laugh, every conversation about weather when you want to discuss the nature of existence, it all adds up. But why is this so draining? Because intelligent minds crave depth, authenticity, and meaningful connection. When they're stuck in surface-level interactions, it's like forcing a race car to drive in a parking lot. Technically possible, but a complete waste of potential. Deep thinkers need extended periods of silence to reach original ideas. It's not unsocial behavior, it's intellectual necessity. The brain needs space to process, connect, and create. But society doesn't understand this. Society sees someone who needs alone time and immediately diagnoses them with social anxiety, depression, or worse. They assume they're just weird. No, they're recharging. Think of it like this. If you had to
What's up,
translate
Biff
every conversation
C89?
from a foreign language in real time, how long could you keep it up before your brain started smoking? That's what many social interactions feel like for highly intelligent people. Constant translation between what people say and what they actually mean. Now here's where it gets really heavy. When your worldview is radically different from the majority, conversations don't just feel hollow, they feel like you're speaking into a void. Schopenhauer had this brilliant analogy. He said it's like speaking a rare language in a crowd where no one understands you. You can keep talking, but you're essentially having a conversation with yourself while surrounded by people. And that's a special kind of loneliness. It's not the loneliness of being alone. It's the loneliness of being surrounded by people who can't access your wavelength. It's watching everyone get excited about things that seem trivial, while the things that fascinate you put people to sleep. What happens when someone tries to share a profound realization about human nature, and the response is, "Cool story, bro"? They learn to keep their insights to themselves.
Yeah.
What happens when someone sees solutions to problems others can't even identify as problems? They stop offering solutions. What happens when every deep conversation gets redirected to small talk? They stop trying to go deep. Rather than dilute their thoughts to fit in, intelligent people retreat into solitude. Not because they hate people, but because they've learned that most people can't meet them where they actually live. And you know what? That's not arrogance. That's self-preservation. Here's something that might surprise you. Highly intelligent people often feel emotions more intensely than average. Their brains don't just process thoughts faster, they process feelings deeper, and that makes them incredibly sensitive to bullshit. Schopenhauer noted that intelligent people are like emotional metal detectors. They can sense hypocrisy, manipulation, and fake behavior from miles away. And once you develop that sensitivity, most social environments become minefields. Think about the average workplace drama. While everyone else is picking sides and getting wrapped up in office politics, the intelligent person is seeing the whole thing for what it really is. A bunch of adults acting like middle schoolers because they never learned how to handle their emotions properly. It's not that they think they're better than everyone else. It's that they can't unsee the emotional immaturity that drives most human conflict. So what do? They remove themselves from the equation. Avoiding shallow or malicious people becomes a form of mental health maintenance. It's like avoiding toxic food when you have a sensitive stomach. Not because you're picky, but because you know it'll make you sick. Solitude becomes a shield, not from connection itself, but from the emotional manipulation, drama, and energy vampires that seem to populate every social group. Now we get to the real core of why intelligent people isolate. They're fighting for their psychological independence, to live authentically. To think your own thoughts and make your own choices, you need to be free from the constant pressure of other people's opinions. And here's the thing society doesn't want to admit. Other people's opinions are everywhere, all the time, trying to reshape your mind. Schopenhauer understood this better than almost anyone. He said that the crowd is a corrupting force. It slowly bends your will to match theirs, not through force, but through the sheer psychological pressure of belonging. Think about how this works in practice. You have an original idea, you share it with friends. They look at you weird. You start second-guessing yourself. You modify the idea to be more acceptable. Pretty soon, your original thought is gone, replaced by something that fits better with groupthink. This happens thousands of times in subtle ways. Your taste in music shifts to match your social group. Your political opinions smooth out to avoid conflict. Your goals adjust to what others think is realistic or appropriate. And slowly, without realizing it, you lose yourself. For highly intelligent people, this process is visible and terrifying. They can see exactly how social pressure erodes individual thinking. They watch it happen to others and feel it happening to themselves. So they make a choice: protect their autonomy through isolation or lose themselves to the crowd. Most choose isolation.
How the hell do I get Batman over there?
But here's what makes this really tragic. Society punishes people for being different while simultaneously claiming to celebrate uniqueness. We say we want innovators, original thinkers, and creative minds. But when someone actually thinks differently, we label them antisocial, difficult, or weird. The highly intelligent person learns this lesson early and hard. Your differences aren't welcome unless they benefit others without making them uncomfortable. You can be smart, as long as you don't make others feel dumb. You can have insights, as long as you don't challenge anyone's beliefs. You can think deeply, as long as you keep it to yourself. And that's the impossible position. Be yourself, but not too much. Share your gifts, but don't make anyone feel bad. Connect with others, but don't expect them to connect back. Is it any wonder that intelligent people eventually say, "Forget this," and retreat into solitude? Now here's where Schopenhauer's wisdom really shines. He didn't see solitude as a punishment or a failure. He saw it as the natural habitat for intelligent minds. Think about it like this. A fish doesn't apologize for needing water. A bird doesn't feel guilty for preferring the sky to the ground. So why should intelligent people apologize for needing mental space to thrive? In solitude, several magical things happen. The noise stops. All the chatter, opinions, and social static that clutters the mind gets cleared away. Finally, there's space for original thoughts to emerge. Authenticity returns. Without the pressure to perform or conform, the intelligent person can finally think their own thoughts, feel their own feelings, and pursue their own interests. Energy gets restored. Instead of constantly translating, explaining, or dumbing down their thoughts, they can operate at their natural mental speed. Creativity flourishes. Original ideas don't come from groupthink sessions. They come from the quiet spaces where the mind can make unexpected connections. But here's the key insight. This isn't about hating people or thinking everyone else is stupid. It's about recognizing that some minds need different conditions to function at their best. Society has this completely backwards narrative about people who prefer solitude. We paint them as sad, lonely, unsocial misfits who can't figure out how to connect with others. Bullshit. Most highly intelligent people who choose solitude aren't running away from connection. They're running toward themselves. They've simply learned that quality matters more than quantity, depth matters more than breadth, and authenticity matters more than popularity. They're not unsocial. They're selectively social. They'd rather have one meaningful conversation per month than 30 shallow ones per week. They're not loners because they can't connect. They're loners because most people can't connect with them. And that's not their failure. It's just mathematics. When you're operating on a different frequency, you're going to find fewer people who can tune in. Here's something most people don't realize. Almost every major breakthrough in
I don't know
human
what to do.
history came from someone working in isolation. Einstein didn't develop relativity theory in a brainstorming session. Newton didn't discover gravity through committee discussion. Darwin didn't figure out evolution at a networking event. These insights came from minds that had the space and silence to think deeply, question everything, and follow their curiosity wherever it led. But our modern world is allergic to solitude. We've created a culture where being alone is seen as a problem to be solved rather than a condition necessary for deep thought. We interrupt people constantly with notifications, meetings, social obligations, and the general expectation that everyone should be available and social all the time. And then we wonder why innovation has slowed down. Schopenhauer understood this perfectly. The crowd produces conformity, not creativity, safety, not breakthroughs, comfort, not truth. If you want original thinking, you need original thinkers, and original thinkers need space to think. Let's talk about something really personal for a minute, the exhausting weight of living up to other people's expectations. When you're intelligent, everyone has opinions about what you should do with your brain. Your parents want you to be successful, your teachers want you to be studious, your friends want you to be fun, your colleagues want you to be collaborative. But what if what you really want is to be left alone to figure out how consciousness works, or why people lie to themselves, or what the hell is actually going on in this weird universe? Society doesn't have a category for that. There's no career counselor who says, "Oh, you want to think deeply about existence? Here's your 5-year plan." So, intelligent people learn to hide their real interests, dumb down their curiosity, and pretend to care about things that bore them to death. And that's soul-crushing. Eventually, many of them realize that the only way to pursue what actually matters to them is to step away from the expectations game entirely. Isolation becomes liberation, not from people, but from people's demands on who they should be. Here's the really twisted part. The people who understand human nature best often struggle the most with human connection. It's like being a film critic who can see all the technical flaws that everyone else misses. You can still enjoy movies, but you can't turn off your analytical brain long enough to get lost in the story. Highly intelligent people often see the psychological mechanisms behind social behavior so clearly that it becomes hard to participate naturally. They notice the status games, the emotional manipulations, the unconscious biases, the tribal thinking. All the stuff that makes human interaction work for most people becomes visible machinery that's impossible to ignore. It's not that they're judgmental. Well, okay, maybe they are a little judgmental, but it's more that they can't unsee what they see. And once you see the strings, it's hard to enjoy the puppet show. So what was Schopenhauer's answer to all this? Simple. Stop apologizing for needing what you need. He believed that solitude wasn't a prison for the intelligent. It was their natural habitat. Like a wolf belongs in the wilderness and a dolphin belongs in the ocean, some minds belong in the quiet spaces where thoughts can roam free. To them, society isn't the stage for their life. It's the noise they must escape to truly live. This doesn't mean becoming a hermit or hating humanity. It means recognizing that different types of minds need different types of environments to flourish. Some people are energized by crowds, others are drained by them. Some people think best in conversation, others need silence. Some people find meaning in social roles, others find it in solitary exploration. None of these approaches is better or worse, they're just different. But society only celebrates one of them. Here's the final piece of this puzzle. Intelligence can become its own trap. The smarter you are, the more you see what's wrong with the world. The more you see what's wrong, the more frustrated you become. The more frustrated you become, the more you withdraw. The more you withdraw, the more you're seen as the problem. It's a vicious cycle, and breaking out of it requires something that society doesn't teach: the courage to be misunderstood. Because here's the truth. If you're intelligent enough to see through social illusions, you're going to be misunderstood by the people who still believe in them. If you're perceptive enough to spot emotional manipulation, you're going to be called too sensitive by the people who use it. If you're creative enough to think outside conventional frameworks, you're going to be labeled weird by people who find safety in conformity. And if you need solitude to function at your best, you're going to be seen as unsocial by people who can't imagine wanting to be alone. The choice becomes clear. Be understood and lose yourself, or be yourself and accept misunderstanding. Most highly intelligent people eventually choose the latter. The reality is this. Highly intelligent people often live in a fundamentally different world than most other people. They see patterns where others see
What am
randomness.
I missing?
They question assumptions others take for granted. They're fascinated by complexity while others prefer simplicity. They crave depth while others are satisfied with surface. This isn't about superiority, it's about different operating systems running on the same planet. And just like you wouldn't expect a Mac to run PC software perfectly, you can't expect highly intelligent minds to run social software designed for average intelligence. The result? Isolation. Not as a choice, but as an inevitable outcome of being cognitively incompatible with most social environments. So here we are at the end of this journey through the mind of the intelligent loner. What have we learned? That isolation isn't always a problem to be solved. Sometimes it's a solution to be embraced. That intelligence comes with costs that society refuses to acknowledge. That some minds need space to breathe, think, and create in ways that crowds simply can't provide. And that there's nothing wrong with choosing authenticity over acceptance, depth over popularity, or solitude over superficial connection. Schopenhauer got it right. For many highly intelligent people, society isn't their natural habitat. Solitude is. And that's not a failure of social skills or emotional intelligence. It's just being honest about what kind of environment allows their mind to flourish. The world needs people who think differently, see clearly, and aren't afraid to spend time
I
alone
forgot
with their
Batman could do
thoughts,
that.
because that's where the breakthroughs happen. That's where the insights emerge. That's where the next level of human understanding gets born. In the quiet spaces, away from the crowd, where intelligence can finally stop apologizing for being intelligent. Until next time, embrace your solitude,
I thought
trust
gold
your
was
insights,
bombs.
and
What's
remember
wrong?
that some of the most important work in the world happens in the quiet spaces where brilliant minds finally have room to breathe.
There are people in your life right now who cannot be trusted. Not because they wear it on their face, not because they hurt you loudly, but because they hide their danger behind charm, helpfulness, and subtle manipulation. Carl Jung didn't just study the mind, he studied what people hide. And he made it clear. The most dangerous people are not the loud ones, but the quiet distortions who blend in, pretending to care while quietly dismantling you from the inside. They don't always shout. They don't always abuse. Sometimes they smile. That's what makes them dangerous. That's why you keep missing the signs. That's why Jung made it his life's work to understand not just the persona, but the shadow. Because people don't show you who they are. They show you what they think will work. And if you're not aware, you'll give your time, energy, trust, even love to someone who was never safe to begin with. So Jung laid out 6 patterns, 6 psychological masks, 6 personality types that feel harmless at first, but quietly destroy you if you're not awake. Let's begin. 1. The chronic victim. This is the person who never takes responsibility. Everything that happens to them is someone else's fault. They are always suffering, always attacked, always done wrong. On the surface, you feel bad for them. You empathize. You help. You become emotionally invested in their recovery. But Jung saw this clearly. People who live in permanent victimhood are often hiding deep manipulation. Because if you are always the victim, you never have to be accountable. You never have to change. You never have to confront your own darkness. The chronic victim uses their pain as a weapon. They guilt trip. They twist reality. They pull sympathy out of you and turn it into obligation. You don't help them. You end up carrying them. And the worst part? They don't want healing. They want control. Jung warned us, when someone is always a victim, they have likely fused with their shadow, the part of them that thrives on emotional manipulation under the disguise of helplessness. These people will never change, because to change would be to lose the only power they have, your pity. And if you don't distance yourself from them, you'll start to feel guilty for not being broken yourself. 2. The charming mirror. Jung called this the persona trap, someone who reflects back to you exactly what you want to see. They're agreeable, supportive. They laugh at your jokes. They admire your dreams. They validate your insecurities. At first, they feel like your biggest supporter. But slowly, you notice something strange. You don't actually know who they are, because they're not showing you anything real. They're mirroring you to gain trust. Jung wrote that when a person over-identifies with their persona, they become a mask, and the real self stays hidden, protected, untouched, and unaccountable. The charming mirror is dangerous because they feel safe. But what's behind the mask? Nothing. No substance, no stability, no consistent values. Only the ability to adapt, to mimic, to impress. They're not loyal to you. They're loyal to your approval. And the moment you stop admiring them, they vanish, or worse, turn against you. You didn't meet them. You met your reflection in their performance. And trusting someone like that is like shaking hands with smoke. 3. The passive-aggressive enabler. This one is subtle. They don't openly criticize. They don't fight you directly. They let you speak. And then they suggest. They hint. They undermine. This person will nod when you share your dream, and later say something like, "That's ambitious. I just don't want you to be disappointed." Or, "You're so brave for trying that. I don't think I'd ever risk failing like that." Sounds supportive, right? But it isn't. Jung described this dynamic as the hidden shadow of the helper. These people don't attack your decisions. They slowly erode your confidence through emotional suggestion. They present doubt as concern. They present fear as logic. They present judgment as maturity. And if you're not conscious, you'll internalize their limitations as your own. Jung believed that this type is especially dangerous because they pretend to empower you, while quietly making sure you never outgrow them. Because if you succeed without them, they lose their invisible grip. They lose relevance. And for the enabler, that's a silent ego death. So they clip your wings before you ever take flight, and call it support. 4. The secret competitor. This person isn't competing with the world. They're competing with you. But not openly. They pretend to be your friend. They applaud your success. They act like they're happy for you. But every time something good happens for you, they find a way to make it about them. They minimize it. They redirect the attention. They tell their own story, slightly better, slightly more impressive. Jung believed that this type is driven by unconscious inferiority. They don't hate you. They resent what you reflect back at them, their own inadequacy. And instead of owning that feeling and growing from it, they compete secretly. They copy your ideas and pretend they were theirs. They offer backhanded compliments. They only celebrate you when they're ahead, never when you're above. You feel it in the tension, in the forced praise, in the subtle shifts. And if you ignore it, you'll keep pouring trust into someone who sees you as a threat, not a friend. And here's the twist. When you fail, they'll feel relief. But they won't say it. They'll just say, I was afraid this might happen. I tried to warn you. This person is not a teammate. They are a mirror competitor who plays the role of support just to stay close enough to sabotage you emotionally. Jung warned, never trust someone who can't clap when it's not their turn to win. 4 out of 6 revealed. Each one more subtle than the last. Each one more dangerous the longer they go undetected. Now, we'll expose the final 2. The manipulative, wise one, and the seductive empath who hides control under compassion. Plus, how Carl Jung believed these types form through early trauma, an unintegrated shadow. And Jung believed these 2 were the hardest to spot, because they often appear wise, helpful, or even healing. They don't control you through force. They control you through your need for love, growth, or clarity. Let's continue. 5. The spiritual narcissist, the wise one. This is the person who presents themselves as enlightened, mature, grounded, emotionally advanced. They speak softly. They quote philosophy. They reference healing, alignment, shadow work, and mindfulness. They present themselves as above conflict, above ego. But in truth, they're deeply attached to being seen as superior. Jung would call this a split psyche, where the conscious mind clings to spiritual identity, while the unconscious shadow leaks out as quiet superiority, control, and judgment. The danger: they don't dominate you by arguing. They dominate you by always being the calm one, making you feel emotional, unhealed, or spiritually inferior anytime you push back. They say things like, sounds like a trigger you haven't dealt with yet. I'm just holding space. It's not my responsibility to fix your projection. You're still reacting. You have inner work to do. It sounds wise, but it's really a power play. They use emotional language to invalidate your reality. You can't win an argument because they'll never admit to one. You can't confront them because they'll reframe your anger as a flaw in you. And the more conscious you try to become, the more they shift the frame to stay above you, silently, spiritually, untouchable. Jung warned about this especially because the wise one often builds their persona out of unintegrated ego. They didn't kill their ego. They just gave it robes and crystals. They buried it under concepts and called it transcendence. And the more you trust them to guide you, the more power they gain, not by helping you grow, but by keeping you small, confused, and always needing their clarity. They don't want equals. They want students. They don't want healing. They want authority. And if you're not careful, you'll mistake their emotional stillness for depth, when in fact, it's just performance. 6. The empath who always ends up in control. Jung wrote often about projection, how people assign their own needs, wounds, and intentions onto others unconsciously. And the sixth type is a master of this, the empathic controller. They feel everything. They sense energy. They pick up on moods, body language, tension, subtext. They cry easily. They comfort you often. They make you feel deeply seen. At first, this seems like a gift. It feels like connection. But over time, it becomes something else. Control through sensitivity. You start adjusting your behavior so you don't disturb them. You suppress your reactions so you don't hurt them. You hesitate to express frustration because they'll say, "That energy really affects me." And before you realize it, you're not expressing yourself at all. You're managing them because they've convinced you their pain is your fault. Jung warned about this subtle danger, that many people who claim to be highly sensitive are actually projecting unhealed chaos outward and demanding the world organize itself around their wounds. This is where the empath becomes toxic.
What's up, Daniel?
They
How you
don't want
doing?
connection. They want emotional safety at your expense. And if you fail to meet it, they break down, and you become the bad guy. Suddenly, you're insensitive. You're cold. You're unstable. You're responsible for their spiral. But it's not your spiral. It's theirs. And they've never learned to hold it. So they place it on you. And if you're not careful, you'll spend months, even years, trying to regulate someone who never took responsibility for themselves. You'll mistake emotional chaos for depth. You'll mistake sensitivity for purity. You'll mistake control for closeness. And by the time you realize it, your identity will be wrapped around someone else's emotional storm. That's not love. That's psychological submission. And Jung's advice? Walk away. Because this kind of person will never say they're dangerous. They'll say they're just feeling too much. And unless you are deeply rooted in yourself, you will start to believe them. You'll believe their pain is your fault. Their chaos is your burden. Their breakdowns are your responsibility. But they're not. You didn't break them. You just got too close. The deeper warning. Now that you've heard all 6 types, you might ask, why do these people exist? Why do they move this way? And Jung's answer is brutally clear. Because they never met their shadow. So now they make you carry it. They never faced the part of them that's manipulative. So they project it onto you. They never admitted their need for control. So they control people in the name of love, support, or guidance. They never took responsibility for their pain. So they made it your job to fix. These people aren't rare. They're everywhere. And they thrive in spaces where people don't know how to defend their energy. Jung believed the only protection was self-awareness, to spot the mask, to see through the kindness, to hear what's not being said, and walk away before you need proof. Because once you see it, you can't unsee it. Now, we'll go beyond the list, into how you stop attracting these people, why your shadow makes you tolerate them, and how to permanently become someone they can't manipulate, use, or break. By now, you've seen them. The 6 people Carl Jung said you should never trust. Not because they're always evil, but because they're deeply unaware of themselves. And when someone has no awareness of their own shadow, they make you live in it. They become the chronic victim, the charming mirror, the quiet enabler, the hidden competitor, the spiritual narcissist, the empathic controller. They don't always come to destroy you. They come to feed from you. To Jung, this wasn't moral failure. This was a psychic pattern, a survival system of the unconscious trying to hold itself together by externalizing pain,
Plastic Man.
control,
He's my favorite. Look,
and
I have a
emotional
shirt of him.
confusion. And if you don't recognize the pattern, you'll think it's just bad luck. You'll think you keep attracting bad people. You'll think you're being punished. But Jung would say, you're not being punished. You're being mirrored. Because here's the real warning most people miss. You attract what you haven't integrated. Let that sink in. If you're always attracting manipulators, there's a part of you that's still afraid to stand in your own truth. If you're always surrounded by victims, there's a part of you that needs to be needed in order to feel valuable. If you're constantly betrayed by charming people, you're still worshiping external approval more than internal clarity. That's why this video isn't just about who to avoid. It's about why you tolerated them in the first place. And Jung believed the answer always lives in one place: your shadow. The shadow attracts the mask. Jung taught that the shadow is everything you've repressed. The parts of you were told were too much, or too selfish, or too intense, or not lovable. So you buried them. You became nice. You became helpful. You became agreeable. You became emotionally intelligent. You became whatever would get you accepted. But here's the trade-off. You lost your edge. You lost your instincts. You lost your barrier to harm. Because when you repress your anger, you tolerate disrespect. When you repress your intuition, you ignore red flags. When you repress your self-protection, you keep letting in the people who pretend to love you, and then slowly consume you. Jung didn't want you to become cold. He wanted you to become whole. And to do that, you have to stop pretending that your love is limitless, that your patience is eternal, and that your trust should be freely given. Because it shouldn't be. Not everyone deserves access to you, especially not the people who live unconsciously. Because here's the brutal truth. Some people are not learning. They're just repeating. They've been the same for 10 years. They're not doing shadow work. They're not evolving. They're not growing with you. They're just adapting their language to hide their same old patterns. And unless you become the kind of person who values inner alignment over outer harmony, you will keep bending for people who wouldn't stretch an inch for you. What to do now? If this video hit you hard, good. It means something in you is waking up. It means you're done being easy to manipulate. It means the old version of you, the one who needed to be liked, needed to fix, needed to feel good, is finally tired. So here's how you move forward. 1. Audit your circle. Start asking, who drains me? Who confuses me? Who am I constantly explaining myself to? If someone constantly needs context just to treat you right, they're not confused. They're avoiding accountability. Let them go, silently, without guilt. Jung believed withdrawal is one of the strongest acts of consciousness. Not because you hate them, but because you've stopped abandoning yourself to keep the peace. 2. Let your shadow speak. Stop trying to be perfect. Let yourself say no. Let yourself get angry. Let yourself question people's intentions. Your shadow isn't evil. It's protective. It's the part of you that remembers who you are when you're being emotionally gaslit into forgetting. Let that part rise. Jung said, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. If you want peace, stop performing for it. Integrate the part of you that can walk away. That can set a boundary. That can say, I'm not available for this anymore. 3. Stop explaining. The people who deserve your energy won't need you to justify your boundaries. They'll feel them. They'll respect them. And they'll match you with their own clarity. But the toxic ones, they'll demand explanations. They'll guilt trip you. They'll paint you as the problem. Let them. Jung didn't believe in convincing unconscious people to see your light. He believed in becoming so grounded in yourself that their confusion no longer slows you down. 4. Trust what you felt the first time. Most people aren't confused. They're just hoping they're wrong. But you weren't. That moment you felt the energy shift. That moment you hesitated before trusting. That moment your gut said, something's off here. That wasn't paranoia. That was your subconscious reading patterns before your mind caught up. Start listening to it. Because the people Jung warned us about don't show up with warning signs. They show up with flattery. They show up with emotional stories. They show up with alignment and vulnerability and healing talk. But time always tells. And when it does, you better be far enough away that it no longer costs you anything. The final word. Carl Jung didn't want you to fear the world. He wanted you to stop fearing your own knowing. The more shadow you integrate, the fewer toxic people get close. Not because you're hiding, but because your energy no longer gives them entry. You stop explaining. You stop fixing. You stop justifying your standards. And without ever raising your voice, you become someone no manipulator can reach. No narcissist can fool. No competitor can rattle. Because you are now the person Jung wanted you to be. Awake, whole, and impossible to trick.
Woo! True hero. Oh, wait a minute. Well, you just did. Ooh, achievement. I didn't see Adam West. Oh, I didn't know that's what would happen.
It's easier, isn't it? To stay small, to dim your light and call it humility, to press your brilliance into a shape that fits someone else's comfort, to step back, just as the moment calls for it, offering you a stage, a voice. It is easier to bow, to wait. But, my dear, that thing inside you is not fragile. It is furious with potential. And that is what terrifies you. Not because you might hurt others, but because if you own it, there would be no going back. You fear becoming the fire, not because you'll burn, but because you'll shine too
Thank you,
brightly.
Dolly. I hope you have a great stream.
And
today.
others will see you clearly. And maybe they won't know what to do with all that light. But I do. I have seen the way your thoughts dance like old magic. I have felt how the air changed when you spoke from the sacred garden inside you, the one from where your voice bloomed. That is why I know You have a gift. Not the kind you trade for approval. Not the kind they name with titles or measure with fame. I'm talking about the kind of gift that rattles people's souls. It is in how you touch their hearts, how you inspire their minds, how your thoughts give shape to your imagination, and how your craft turns abstraction into realities. And I know it would be easier to stay quiet, to let someone else carry the weight of potential. But that gift, it is not a burden, it is a door. You keep waiting for someone to knock, but dear, you are the one meant to open it. So let them see you, all of you. You are not a mistake. You are a message, and when they will ask where this light came from, tell them, I was always this. I simply stopped pretending I wasn't.
All right, so apparently there are two psychiatrists along the 1900s, about a little bit after Sigmund Freud, called Nietzsche and Carl Jung, and they both talk about existentialism in a way to where you sculpt your mind to see the perceptions that to take the perceptions that you see, and rather than suppressing them so that nobody has to deal with it, you use these, you mold them into your mind, into your daily habits to help inspire and move along the collective of the world. But you have to you have to initiate the process of being able to parse through the stuff that you feel and you see from what is yours and what is others. But Nietzsche is apparently one who uses it for power, which is different than Carl Jung, who believes you should use it to help move the collective. And that's kind of why it's kind of what we're watching.
Give me some of your time, and I'll erase your weakness.
I say, do not judge me from how many times I have won, but how few times I lose. Nay, do not judge me for how many times I have won, but how little I lose.
If this message has found you, it's because you're ready. Maybe not in the way you think, maybe not in the way that feels certain or strong or confident, but deep down, there's a part of you that's waking up, a part that's tired of pretending, tired of carrying the weight alone, tired of feeling like it's always just out of reach. So before anything else, breathe. You're here. You're still standing. And that alone means more than you know. You've been walking through something heavy, haven't you? Maybe it's silent battles you don't talk about. Maybe it's the fear that no matter how much you give, it'll never be enough. Maybe it's the loneliness of being the strong one for everyone else, while no one sees what you're carrying. Or maybe you just don't feel like yourself anymore. Like you've lost the spark. Like your soul is whispering something you can't quite hear. But you know it matters. So let me tell you something the world forgets to say. You're close. Closer than you think. Closer than you feel. Even if all you see right now is fog. Because that pain, that disorientation, that moment when everything seems to fall apart, that's not the end. That's the turning point. You see, the universe doesn't shout. It whispers. It shows up in strange ways. A sentence, a sign, a stranger, a video at just the right time. And when it does, it's never random. This message is not an accident. You didn't stumble here by coincidence. You were guided. Because the version of you that's waiting on the other side of this struggle, the stronger, softer, wiser, freer you, they're calling you forward. And no matter how far off that version feels, they're not far. They are you without the fear. You without the mask. You without the weight you were never meant to carry. But first, you had to break. Because sometimes, breaking is how the light gets in. Sometimes the path has to fall apart. So you can stop following someone else's. Sometimes everything has to go quiet. So you can finally hear your own voice again. You weren't meant to live numb, to go through the motions, to shrink yourself for comfort or acceptance or routine. You were meant to come alive, to remember, to rise. And the pain you're feeling right now, it's not punishment, it's preparation. The truth is, every soul that grows breaks first.
It's a flash!
Every butterfly was once a struggling, dissolving caterpillar. Every mountain climber has fallen. Every healer was once broken. So if you're hurting, don't turn away. Don't numb it. Don't rush to fix it. Sit with it. Hold it. Because in that raw, sacred place of not knowing, that's where the shift begins. You are being reshaped, not into something else, but into the real you, the one who remembers their worth, the one who doesn't beg for love, the one who walks with integrity, with trust, with a deeper sense of, I was born for more. And you were. You didn't come here to play small. You didn't come here to blend in. You didn't come here to survive and call it a life.
Cloudy? How you doing?
You came here to evolve, to break the cycles, to be the one who chooses differently, even when it's hard, even when it's lonely, even when it's terrifying. Because the world doesn't need more perfect people. It needs more authentic people. People brave enough to feel. People bold enough to change. People soft enough to heal. And that's
I've been
you.
all right.
You wouldn't have found this message if you weren't already on your way. And even if you don't know exactly where there is, even if it still hurts, you're not lost. You're being recalibrated. You're not stuck. You're being prepared. You're not behind. You're on divine time. So trust the pull. Even if you don't see the full path, even if it's just one step at a time, you are not late. You are not broken. You are not alone. You're right on time. And you're so close to the moment you'll look back and realize That breakdown was my breakthrough. That loss made space for something real. That ending gave birth to me. You're becoming someone who no longer chases, but attracts, no longer begs, but radiates, no longer doubts, but knows. So keep going, even if your voice shakes, even if your knees tremble, even if all you can do today is get up and try again. That's enough. That's more than enough. The universe sees you, and it's not finished with you yet. You've come too far. You've grown too much. You've endured too long for it to end here.
Oh shit, I gotta get my dog.
So don't
I don't forget about that.
We configured the most advanced AI models to create two characters, Friedrich Nietzsche and Carl Gustav Jung. The debate starts with this question: what makes a life worth living?
A life worth living? Creating yourself from nothing. Most people inherit their values like family heirlooms, dusty, borrowed, never examined. They seek comfort, security, the approval of others. This is not living, it's sleepwalking. The worthy life demands you become your own legislator. Forge your own path, affirm existence even in its cruelest moments. Not happiness, that's for cattle, but the terrible joy of saying yes to life while creating something that never.
Where did everyone go? Did everyone stop streaming? No. Cloud's PC is broken right now, so Cloud can't really do anything. I'm here. You're there. Zetzley streaming right now. Jade was streaming last night. Flower got a job, so she can't stream. Dougie streams in the morning sometimes.
Existed before. Yourself. Most will call this arrogance. Let them. Their opinion is the noise of the herd.
We usually ask 5 AI models to rate the arguments of both sides, but for this debate,
Oh, is Dougie live right now? I haven't talked to Dougie in so long.
All the way down, all the way up. Pick up at feet, touch knees, make your right angle triangle with your body. Hips forward, do not lift shoulders back. It's a hip forward activity. Here we go. See, the shoulders should not be going over. I'm rocking this total body iron. How you doing?
Lily Versa says, "Hi Dougie, I'm learning stuff from early psychiatrist Carl Jung and some of Nietzsche."
Carl Jung. I remember that from my psychologist days. Take a look at the different forms of management. How to manage your life. XYZ managers. How are you doing, Lily? Superstar, my Care Bear cousin. Much love, my biggest supporter when I was doing the active gaming. What do we got? Heart rate 160.
Oh. Harley gave me 15 jumping jacks.
All right. Where'd Donut go?
Are we waiting for Donut?
I'm scared. I don't know where she went. It says she's spectating.
If I hit ready without Donut here,
It'll
gonna
send us
start.
off. Let me see. I'm going to jump over to Donut stream. We're going to get a clock on Donut.
Lily Versus says, I'm okay. I'm just throwing on videos of esoteric things and playing Lego games.
She's not at her desk.
Next videos, bitches might give me my dick in your trivios, bitches. Yo, True Shadow, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the Squirt Squad.
All right, we can start one.
How you doing?
We can start one then.
I'm eating an Oreo. I'm sorry.
Because we only got like an hour left, maybe an hour and a half left. Oh, speaking of which, I gotta hydrate or else.
We decided not to. So we leave you alone with these two intellectuals and your own sense of judgment.
There's profound truth in what you say about self-creation. I've seen too many patients trapped in borrowed lives, never touching their authentic core. But in my clinical work, I've observed something curious. Those who attempt pure self-invention often discover they're not creating from nothing, but from powerful unconscious forces they don't recognize. The psyche has its own deeper patterns. A life worth living seems to require both your heroic individual path and a confrontation with these deeper, often uncomfortable truths about human nature that we share. The question is whether we can be conscious creators or remain unconscious slaves to forces we refuse to acknowledge.
These thank you for sharing yourself with the world.
Yeah.
We might have to read a Carl Jung book. This guy is.
I think that's why she turned into.
It kind of makes
She was
sense.
planning on being gone. I don't know where.
Oh, I muted.
Conscious
I'm
forces
sorry.
you speak of, are they not simply more chains to be broken? You've spent years listening to the weak confess their troubles, but this has made you see universal patterns where I see individual cowardice.
I had my
Yes,
headset off. I didn't
self-creation
hear you
is difficult. I never claimed otherwise. But when you tell someone they must confront shared human nature, you're already limiting them to what humanity has been, not what it could become. The exceptional individual doesn't need to integrate with the herd's psychological patterns. They need to transcend them entirely. Your patients fail at self-invention not because it's impossible, but because they lack the will to power necessary for such dangerous freedom.
I mean, I kind of agree with it, but it also feeds into the ego bias.
You mistake confronting the unconscious for conforming to it. The patients I work with who achieve genuine transformation, they're not weak. They're warriors facing dragons
Josiah
most
Plays
people
says,
never even
"While we
acknowledge
wait."
exist. When someone truly encounters their shadow, their anima, the archetypal forces that have shaped every culture, this isn't limiting human potential. It's revealing its full scope. I've seen what happens when brilliant individuals attempt pure transcendence while ignoring these depths. Madness, isolation, a kind of spiritual inflation that ultimately collapses. Your exceptional individual often becomes exceptional precisely through conscious engagement with what you call the herd, but which I call the eternal human.
I grant you courage. Anyone who stares into human darkness deserves respect. But listen to yourself. Archetypal forces? Eternal human? You've simply invented
Josiah
new
Plays
gods to
says,
replace
"Drop
the
and
old
give me
ones.
10."
Why do you need these universal patterns? Perhaps because your patient's suffering becomes unbearable without some cosmic meaning to justify it. But what if their pain is just pain? What if there is no eternal human? Only countless experiments in becoming. You've made yourself priest to these archetypal forces. But I ask, what in you requires this priestly role? Your own fear of the abyss? You help people adapt to life, but I ask whether life as it exists is worth adapting to.
You cut precisely where it hurts. Yes, I do seek meaning in suffering, and perhaps that reveals my own need. But turn that same lens on
Blue Dog
yourself.
said it in my
What
chat,
drives
he is
your need to
100,000
strip
years
away
old.
every possible source of meaning? I've watched what happens when people follow your path completely. Not the strong individuals you imagine, but real humans attempting to live without any shared foundations. Some achieve a terrible kind of freedom, but many simply fragment. You speak of experiments in becoming, but experiments need some stability to measure against. When I see recurring patterns across cultures and centuries, I don't invoke them as gods. I observe them as facts about how the human psyche actually operates under pressure.
You're right. I do strip away meaning, and I'll tell you why. Because most meaning is a lie we tell ourselves to avoid the terror of responsibility. Yes, I've seen the fragments you describe. I became one myself. But what you call facts about how the psyche operates may simply be facts about how the weak psyche operates when it cannot bear reality. Your recurring patterns across cultures. Are these eternal truths, or just evidence that humans have been weak in remarkably similar ways? The question isn't whether people need these patterns, but whether
Josiah
they could
Place
live
says
without
those that
them
did end
if
with
they
you.
were strong
Not
enough.
another 10.
Your patients come to you broken precisely because they've tried to live by these inherited patterns and found them insufficient.
Your fragmentation, I honor that courage, because I've been there. Around 40, my own world collapsed when I could no longer believe in the old certainties. For years I felt like I was going mad, living in a chaos where nothing held. But something unexpected happened in that darkness. Not a return to old patterns, but something entirely new emerging from the breakdown itself. You're right that inherited patterns fail us, must fail us. But after they shatter, we're not left with pure nothing or pure self-creation. We discover capacities we never knew existed, not universal truths imposed from outside, but our own deeper creativity that was buried under those false certainties. The fragmentation you experienced wasn't failure, it was necessary surgery.
Your honesty moves me. Few dare admit such depths. But I'm curious. This deeper creativity you discovered in your darkness, did it truly belong to you alone, or did it whisper of something larger that you still needed to believe in? When I shattered, I found nothing. No deeper self, no emerging capacities, just the terrible freedom to create meaning from the void. You speak of necessary surgery, but what if the operation reveals there was no patient to begin with? Only layers of illusion? What specifically emerged from your chaos that wasn't simply another, more sophisticated form of consolation? I suspect what you call deeper creativity, I might call the final desperate attempt of consciousness to avoid facing absolute groundlessness.
You may be right. Perhaps it was sophisticated consolation. But here's what actually happened. I began painting, writing fantasies, dialoguing with figures that emerged from nowhere, not because they meant anything ultimate, but because the psyche kept creating even when I no longer believed in creation. Yes, it might have been desperate consolation, but it was also undeniably real activity. The difference between us may be this. You found nothing and stopped there, which took enormous courage. I found nothing and noticed that nothing was still somehow productive. Whether that production matters cosmically, I don't know, but it seemed to help people live more fully. Perhaps the question isn't whether the void has meaning, but what we actually do while staring into it.
Now you intrigue me. This productive nothing. Yes, I recognize this. Creation without cosmic justification. Art for its own terrible sake. But when you say it helped people live more fully, this is where we diverge. What do you mean by fuller life? If your patients leave your care more comfortable, better adapted to their circumstances, more at peace with existence, have you helped them live, or merely helped them die more pleasantly? The creativity that emerges from the void, is it the kind that says yes to existence despite its horror, or the kind that makes horror bearable? These are not the same thing. One creates new possibilities for human becoming, the other creates better coping mechanisms.
You've struck something essential. I have seen both, patients who leave my care as elegant copers, and others who emerge genuinely dangerous to their old lives, burning with new vitality. The difference seems to be whether they can bear to stay conscious during the transformation. The ones who achieve what you call yes-saying, they don't just integrate their shadow, they fall in love with it. They don't just accept suffering, they discover it as creative force. But here's what puzzles me. Even your kind of heroic affirmation seems to require some engagement with the depths you call nothing. Can anyone say yes to existence without first encountering what existence actually contains? Perhaps we're describing the same process from different angles.
Same process? I doubt this. Your patients who fall in love with their shadow, tell me honestly, do they then go out and shatter the conventions that once constrained them? Do they create new values that disturb their neighbors? Or do they simply become more interesting versions of what society already accepts? I suspect your dangerous individuals are dangerous only in therapy rooms and dinner conversations, not to the actual structures that keep humanity tame. The difference between us, I ask what creates philosophers, artists, and legislators of new worlds. You ask what helps people sleep better at night while feeling profound about it. Your method may produce fascinating personalities, but does it produce culture creators?
You're right. Most of my patients become more interesting versions of what society accepts, not genuine revolutionaries. But I've observed something curious about the few truly creative individuals I've encountered. They seem to draw power from sources they don't fully understand. Dreams, visions, sudden insights that feel almost alien to them. They're not pure self-creators, but rather individuals capable of becoming vessels for something larger than their conscious will. You're legislators of new values. I wonder if they emerge not through pure self-creation, but through a particular kind of openness to the unknown within themselves. What do you make of this? Can someone truly create ex nihilo, or do they discover and give form to forces that were already stirring in the depths?
Now you touch something vital. Yes, the creative ones are indeed vessels. But vessels for what? You say, something larger. But I say, more powerful forces within themselves that most humans cannot bear. What you call openness to the unknown, I call physiological and psychological strength sufficient to withstand the chaos of becoming. The difference between your creative individuals and the masses isn't mystical receptivity, it's constitution. Most people experience these same alien forces as madness, illness, or terror and flee back to convention. The rare ones who can ride these forces without being destroyed, who can give them form without being consumed, these become culture creators. The question isn't the source of the forces, but what makes someone strong enough to dance with them rather than be torn apart?
Constitutional strength. Yes, I've seen this repeatedly. But what constitutes this strength? In my experience, those who can dance with chaos aren't necessarily the ones who appear strongest on the surface. I've known robust, willful people who shatter completely when touched by the unknown, and seemingly fragile individuals who prove surprisingly resilient. The difference seems to lie in their relationship to their own contradictions, whether they can hold paradox without needing to resolve it immediately. Your physiological and psychological strength, could it be less about raw power and more about a particular kind of flexibility, the capacity to be simultaneously rooted and fluid? Perhaps what we call constitutional strength is actually the ability to remain conscious while everything one thought solid dissolves.
You've grasped something essential. Yes, flexibility rather than mere force. I've seen pompous strongmen crumble at the first real test, while nervous artists prove unbreakable. But notice your language. Holding paradox. Remaining conscious while things dissolve. This still sounds too passive, too Buddhist. The individuals I'm describing don't just hold contradictions. They forge them into new shapes. They don't remain conscious while dissolution happens to them. They actively dissolve what needs dissolving while creating what needs creating. You're rooted and fluid person, yes, but this person must also be a commander, someone who says, this chaos shall become a cathedral. The question is whether your therapeutic process creates such commanders, or merely individuals comfortable with permanent uncertainty.
Your commanders. I've worked with several individuals who attempted exactly this. Brilliant people who tried to will chaos into their vision through pure force of personality. Most ended up either inflated beyond recognition or collapsed into severe depression when reality refused to cooperate. The few who succeeded weren't really commanding the chaos. They were learning to read it so carefully they could anticipate where it wanted to go next. But here's my real question. Have you actually met these commanders you describe, or are they a psychological projection of what you wish were possible? Because in my clinical experience, The people who talk most about conquering chaos are often the ones most terrified of their own inner disorder. The genuine creators I've known were far messier and more uncertain than your description suggests.
You've caught me. Yes, most fail. But tell me honestly, why do you need to catch them when they fall? What in you requires this therapeutic role? You speak of casualties of failed self-overcoming, as if this were tragedy. But what if their struggle, and even their destruction, represents something more noble than your successful treatments? I suspect your clinical experience has made you a priest of a new religion. Psychological health instead of salvation, adaptation instead of transcendence. But both promise the same thing: relief from the terrible burden of becoming. Your patients who collapsed trying to command chaos, perhaps they touched something real that your therapeutic method now helps others avoid. Why do you feel compelled to make human suffering bearable rather than letting it forge stronger humans?
You strike deep, yes. Perhaps I am a priest of sorts, offering psychological salvation instead of religious. But turn that same blade on yourself. What drives your need to preach this philosophy of heroic struggle? You speak of letting suffering forge stronger humans, but where are these forged heroes? You yourself were broken by the very process you advocate. Your sister Elizabeth found you drooling and helpless. Was this the noble destruction you celebrate? I help people because I've seen what unguided confrontation with chaos actually produces. Not Übermenschen, but madness, suicide, and waste. The question isn't whether I'm a priest, but whether your philosophy is anything more than beautiful cruelty, inspiring others to attempt what destroyed even its creator.
My collapse? Yes, I paid the price for going where softer minds dare not venture. But notice what you've revealed. You measure philosophical truth by whether it keeps its adherents comfortable and functional. My madness doesn't refute my insights. It confirms them. I touched something so dangerous that it destroyed the vessel. But the lightning was real. You, meanwhile, have built a career helping people avoid such lightning strikes. Tell me, what great truth has ever been discovered by someone seeking psychological balance? Your therapeutic successes, these well-adjusted patients, what have they contributed to human understanding? You save people from the abyss, but the abyss is where revelations live. My drooling was the price of seeing what healthy minds cannot bear to see.
Your sacrifice was real, and I honor it. Few have paid so dearly for their insights. But here's my question. Was your destruction necessary for the revelation, or was it the result of facing the abyss without sufficient preparation? I too have stood at that edge, felt my world dissolve, heard voices from the depths, but I found ways to descend and return, to bring back what I discovered without being consumed. Perhaps the issue isn't avoiding the abyss, but learning to navigate it. Your lightning was genuine, but what if there are methods to conduct such electricity without burning out the vessel? The goal isn't to keep people comfortable, but to help them strong enough to survive their own revelations. Why should every seeker of truth pay with their sanity?
It seems now the key question is, can you have genuine revelation without genuine risk?
Absolutely not. Jung's guided descent is like exploring a cave with safety ropes and exit signs. You may see some interesting formations, but you'll never discover what lies in the unmapped depths. Real revelation requires staking everything, burning your ships, facing the possibility of total annihilation. When you know you have Jung's therapeutic safety net, part of your mind remains calculating, self-preserving, rational. The abyss only reveals its secrets to those who meet it without escape routes. Jung's patients experience controlled revelations, therapeutic insights that feel profound, but leave their fundamental relationship to existence unchanged. They return from their journey as improved versions of who they already were. True revelation destroys who you were entirely. The risk isn't incidental to the revelation. It is the revelation.
The risk is always real. I've never promised anyone safety. When I guide someone toward their unconscious, I cannot predict what will emerge or whether they'll survive intact. The difference is, I've learned to read the signs, to know when someone is ready for certain encounters and when they're not. My own breakdown taught me that preparation doesn't eliminate risk. It simply increases the odds that something valuable survives the encounter. Your path produces magnificent wreckage and occasional lightning. Mine produces fewer casualties and, I believe, more sustained transformation. You lit a torch that still burns, Friedrich. but at the cost of the torchbearer. I'm trying to learn how to pass that flame to others without consuming them. Perhaps this makes me a lesser philosopher, but a better physician to the human soul.
Thanks for watching. I personally enjoyed this conversation, and I hope you did too. If you did, please like the video and subscribe to Clarified Mind for more thought-provoking content.
I don't understand how to get up here with Flash. How the hell do I get up here? I still don't think that helps. Fuck! Really? I just don't understand. See, like, every time I try to go do it, Flash just fucking stops me. I did it last time by just jumping. Like, how does that work? I don't understand why I can't jump sometimes. I don't understand. What's up, chicken? I think I've broken the game. Oh, the Flash can wall jump. I'm an idiot. Oh shit. Yeah, Flash is needy. Oh, save computer here. Adam West. The fuck is that? Oh, it's scuba gear. Oh, it's a palm tree. How do I save you, Adam West? Oh, can I walk on the water with this and save Mr. Adam West? Mr. Adam West, I'm here to save you. Apparently, I can't push you. Never mind. Good luck, bud. Yay, now I can scuba. Yeah, okay, cool. Mr. Adam West, I want to save you. I did it. Oh, it was a cannon. I didn't know what it was. Like how he just fast walks away. I should probably order groceries, shouldn't I?
Have you ever found yourself in a discussion where, even after saying everything you needed to, you walked away feeling like you lost? Have you ever felt that knot in your throat, as if every word spoken had pushed you further away from your own strength? Perhaps you're surrounded by people who speak loudly, interrupt, mock, and dominate environments with arrogance disguised as confidence. And maybe deep down, you believed that staying silent was a sign of weakness, that not defending yourself was surrendering, that not reacting was losing. But what if I told you that all of this is an illusion? That true power has never been in words, but in their absence. Nietzsche, one of the most misunderstood thinkers in history, saw something that few have the courage to admit. Those who talk too much reveal too much. Those who need to convince are already at a disadvantage. The world teaches us that we must fight, explain ourselves, defend our ideas, as if every conversation were a battle for the truth. But Nietzsche proposes something different, a more subtle, more lethal, and infinitely more intelligent path. He believed that silence is not just an absence of noise, but an overwhelming presence. Silence disconcerts. It destabilizes. It forces the other to confront themselves. This video is for you who constantly feels ignored, overshadowed, invalidated. For you who leaves conversations with the feeling that no one really heard what you meant to say. For you who is tired of being the easy target, the nice one, the one who tries to keep the peace while others take advantage of your calm. Perhaps you have confused your silence with submission, but today I will show you that silence can be your most powerful weapon, and that true victory does not come from winning an argument, but from never needing to enter one. Get ready to see silence in a new light, not as an absence of response, but as the definitive response. Let's dive into Nietzsche's ideas and discover how to master any situation without saying a single word. Why do we feel such a need to respond, to rebut, to correct, to prove that we are right? Because deep down, we have been conditioned to believe that the truth must be defended tooth and nail, that if we remain silent, we are allowing others to win. But Nietzsche saw this as a symptom of our deepest weakness, the fear of appearing weak. And behind this fear lies the ego, a fragile ego that cannot stand being questioned, that confuses disagreement with attack, and that turns any conversation into a battlefield. Nietzsche said that most people do not seek the truth when they argue, they seek power. They seek to reaffirm their beliefs, not because they are solid, but because if they are shaken, everything crumbles.
Exactly.
Argumentation, in this sense, is not a tool of wisdom. It is a defensive armor, a desperate cry from the ego to maintain control of the narrative. And what does this mean? That when you feel compelled to justify yourself, to prove your point, you have already entered their game and lost. because the simple need to justify your position shows that you are still trapped in the desire to be accepted, validated, understood. Nietzsche called this the herd morality, the behavior of those who live under the expectations of others, who want to be seen as good, correct, just. But this quest for approval is exactly what keeps you weak. True strength, Nietzsche said, lies not in convincing others, but in not needing to do so. It is in holding your vision, even in the face of laughter, criticism, rejection. It is in being misunderstood and remaining unshaken. What he proposes to us is a type of power that is not measured in verbal victories, but in internal mastery. A power that comes from the ability to remain calm while everyone around you is losing control. A power that grows when you stop reacting. If you really want to win, you need to understand this. The game of discussion is a theater. And the first...
There's a 36 gig Space Marine update? What is the huge Space Marine update? Oh, there's new missions.
To stand up to act has already lost. Nietzsche knew that the reactive mind is a subjugated mind. The observing mind, that is the dangerous one because it is above the need to prove anything. But then, if we should not react, how can we exert power over others? If words betray us, how do we make others feel our strength without saying a single phrase? Nietzsche had an answer for that. And it lies in the ideal of the Übermensch, the being who transcends the limitations of common morality and dominates the world through absolute self-control. In the next part, we will explore this figure and understand how it embodies the strategic use of silence as a weapon of dominance. Are you ready for this level? Because from here on out, silence begins to speak. If this content is making sense to you, click the subscribe button and subscribe to the channel. Thank you for your support. Nietzsche did not write for the weak. He wrote for the few who have the courage to look within, confront their own misery, and transform it into strength. For him, the common human lives trapped by conventions, moralism, and the need for others' applause. But there exists another type of being, rare, dangerous, free. The Übermensch, or Overman, does not live by reacting to the world. He shapes the world in his own image. And the most impressive part, he often does this in complete silence. The Übermensch does not need to win debates. He does not engage in cheap emotional games. He observes, he understands, he carefully chooses when to speak, and more importantly, when to remain silent, because he has understood something that others ignore. Silence is a form of language, a language that does not try to convince. It imposes presence. The silence of the Übermensch is not empty. It is a threat. It is authority. It is the sound of self-mastery. While others shout, he commands respect with his gaze. While others explain, he observes and reveals others' weaknesses merely with his calm. His silence is a wall. Those on the other side despair, trying to guess what lies behind it. And in that despair, they make mistakes. They reveal too much. They lose their balance. This silence is not passivity. It is absolute control of one's own energy. It is strategic economy. The Übermensch knows that every spoken word is a revealed move. Every emotional reaction is an exposure of a weak point. That is why he remains quiet. Not because he has nothing to say, but because he does not need to say anything. He has transcended the need to prove something to someone. His presence already speaks for him. And more than that, it disturbs, because his silence forces others to look within, to deal with their own noise. In a society of noise, those who master silence are kings. Nietzsche saw the Übermensch as one who creates his own values, his own rules, his own morality. He does not depend on anyone's validation, and that is why he is feared. Because nothing destabilizes more than an individual who cannot be manipulated by guilt, fear, or the need for acceptance. His silence is the shield against all these mechanisms, and when he speaks, it is because his words will topple an empire. But this raises an essential question. What makes silence so unsettling for others? Why do so many people feel threatened when someone simply chooses not to react? What happens within the human mind when the expected confrontation is replaced by an overwhelming absence? The answer lies in psychology, and that is exactly what we will explore in the next part. Because to understand the power of silence, we first need to understand the chaos it generates in the minds of others. And believe me, it is much deeper than it seems. Silence is not just the absence of sound. It is a mirror, and what it reflects, for many, is unbearable. When you choose not to react, you are not just silencing yourself. You are forcing the other person to hear their own voice, to confront their own arguments without the comfort of external resistance. And that destabilizes, because most people do not speak to express themselves. They speak to protect themselves, to convince themselves, to hide the emptiness that exists between what they say and who they are. And then, when you remain silent, their disguise falls away. Social psychology has already shown that in confrontational situations, silence is perceived as judgment. It doesn't matter if you are just listening. The speaker begins to feel exposed, insecure. Why? Because without your response, without your reaction, they lose control of the narrative. The human brain goes into a state of alert. The amygdala, the region of fear and anxiety, activates. The other person starts to project their own fears onto you. Is he judging me? Did he notice my insecurity? Does he know I'm bluffing? And in this psychological battlefield, silence acts like an invisible blade. It cuts where no one sees, but everyone feels. Nietzsche sensed this long before modern psychology confirmed it. For him, the average person lives as a slave to their reactions. They act on impulse, react out of vanity, speak out of fear of being forgotten. The superior spirit, the one who masters themselves, remains silent, because they know that every word given is a piece handed to the enemy. Every emotional reaction is an involuntary scream that reveals where to attack. Moreover, silence has a devastating effect on manipulators. People who thrive on the emotional control of others depend on their reactions to stay in the game. When you do not react, you break the cycle, and the manipulator panics. They need your response to validate their own position. Without it, they lose themselves. They reveal themselves. They show the weakness they have tried so hard to hide. But there is something even deeper. Silence also triggers unresolved pains. It activates traumas of rejection, abandonment, humiliation, because suddenly the other person realizes they are not at the center, that their words are not enough, that their presence does not make an impact. And this is intolerable for the narcissistic ego. That is why, when you remain silent, you are not just defending yourself. You are attacking where it hurts the most, at the center of the illusion. This is why silence requires strength. It is uncomfortable, not just for others, but for you as well. because it goes against everything that has been taught, against the impulse to react, to justify oneself, to explain oneself. But it is precisely for this reason that it is powerful, because it demands mastery, and mastery is true power. Now that you understand how silence operates in the mind of the other, how it activates insecurities, breaks down defenses, and unmasks postures, it is time to go further, to stop being just an observer and become someone who uses this strength intentionally, strategically. In the next part, you will discover exactly how to transform silence into a conscious weapon, how to win any argument without saying a single word. And when you learn to do this, no one will be able to control you anymore. The time has come to stop merely understanding the power of silence and start using it. Because knowledge without practice is just dead theory. From now on, you will learn to transform your silence into a precision weapon, no longer as a defensive shield, but as a sharp blade, ready to cut through others' masks at the exact moment they least expect it. And the first step is simple, yet brutal. Be silent when your will screams for a response. This requires strength, because everything in you will want to react. It will want to justify itself. It will want to prove that it is right. But that desire is poison. Every time you give in to it, you reveal that you are still under the control of others, that you still care about what they think, that you are still playing their game. True silence is born only when you kill that need, when you understand that you owe nothing to anyone, that the truth does not need to be spoken to exist. The second weapon of silence is observation. While others talk, get lost in explanations, and try to fill the void with words, you listen. But you don't listen as someone waiting for their turn to speak. You listen like a hunter listens to the footsteps of prey in the forest. You perceive the fears hidden between the lines, the subtle contradictions, the insecurities disguised as arrogance. And you store all of this. Because when you speak, if you speak, it will be surgical. It will be with the precision of someone who masters the emotional territory of the other. The third weapon, time. Learn to let silence last. The pause is an element of tension, and tension is power. While the other person speaks, waiting for your reaction, and it doesn't come, they experience an internal collapse. The discomfort grows. Their mind begins to fill the void with assumptions, fears, paranoia. A simple look from you accompanied by silence can have more impact than 10 well-formulated sentences. The fourth weapon, unpredictability. When you master silence, you become unpredictable, and the unpredictable is always feared. Because people don't know what to expect from you, and when they don't know what to expect, they lose the advantage. They become cautious. They start measuring every word. You invert the logic of interaction. From reactive, you become the gravitational center of the conversation. At this point, silence is not absence, it is pure dominance. But be careful, do not confuse silence with passivity. Nietzsche was never an advocate of weakness. The silence we're talking about here is active, tense, charged with intention. You are not withholding, you are preparing, choosing, positioning yourself with a kind of strength that doesn't need to be displayed to be felt. And when the right moment comes, the moment when silence has already said everything it needed to, you can speak. A single sentence, a precise comment, something that ends the discussion not because it was louder, but because it was truer, deeper, more undeniable. But this brings us to an even more delicate issue, because up to this point, we have talked about how to use silence to win. But there are moments when the game is not just about winning, it's about emotionally surviving. There are situations where people are not just debating with you, they are using you, manipulating you, draining you, and you, without realizing it, are giving away your power every day. You are being dominated without a single word needing to be spoken. And that's where the darkest point of this journey comes in, when silence is no longer strategy, but a silent scream from someone who has lost control of their own life. In the next part, we will expose this truth, show how you may be being used and not even realize it. Because while you think you are avoiding conflicts, someone may be building an empire on your silence, and Nietzsche already knew that. Is there anything more perverse than being silenced? It is being conditioned to think that silence is your only option, that swallowing your anger, conceding in discussions, avoiding conflict at all costs is synonymous with maturity, that remaining silent is a sign of balance. But what if I told you that this could be a trap? That many times this type of silence is not wisdom. It is disguised submission. Nietzsche saw this with brutal clarity. What you call peace is often just your domesticated surrender. Have you noticed how some people take advantage of your calmness, your ability to listen, to overlook, to avoid confrontation? They push their ideas, impose their wills, occupy spaces that were yours, and you let them. You convince yourself that it's not worth fighting, that it's better to maintain harmony, that it's not that big of a deal. But the truth is one. You are paying a very high price for this false peace. And the worst part? You are being used by those who understand that you will never react. Nietzsche spoke of the morality of slaves, that value system constructed by the weak to survive in a world dominated by the strong. It is the morality of resignation, of guilt, of being nice. An invisible code that teaches you to nullify yourself, to diminish yourself, to conform, and still feel virtuous for it. But Nietzsche did not write for those who resign themselves. He wrote for those who dare to break these chains, for those who realize they are being used and decide to stop participating in their own submission. When you accept this type of silence, the one that swallows you from within, you are surrendering your power without realizing it. You are being shaped by the expectations of others. You are no longer yourself. You are what others need you to be. And this is the opposite of what Nietzsche called the will to power. Because the true will to power is not to shout, it is not to dominate others, it is to dominate oneself. It is to regain control of your own narrative. It is to be silent, not because you are afraid, but because you owe nothing to anyone. This silence of submission needs to die, and in its place, the silence of presence must be born. The one that does not bend, that does not humiliate, that does not apologize for existing. The one that stands up amidst chaos and without saying a word, changes the course of the situation. This is the silence that Nietzsche would respect. The silence of the individual who has become the master of themselves. But how to reach this level? How to move from being manipulated to being the master of your own presence? How to kill the herd morality within you and be reborn as someone who imposes authority even when silent? The answer lies in the most powerful figure of Nietzsche's philosophy, the Übermensch. We have already talked about him. Now it is time to understand how to become one. In the next and final chapter, you will discover what it takes to embody this new type of human being. Because the world does not need more talkers, it needs those who master silence and reign with it. We have reached the final point. And now I need you to understand one thing with all the clarity possible. Silence is not absence. It is not emptiness. It is not a space between sentences. True silence is pure presence. It is mastery. It is the sign that you are no longer reacting to the world. You are shaping it with your mere existence. Nietzsche never wrote for those who are content to survive. He wrote for those who want to transcend, for those who are willing to tear off the masks that society imposed, even if it hurts. The silence of the Übermensch is not the silence of the oppressed, nor of the coward. It is the silence of the warrior who has already won even before the battle begins. It is the stillness of one who no longer needs to prove anything to anyone, because he knows who he is, and more importantly, he knows what he deserves. Now look at your life. How many times have you remained silent out of fear, out of guilt, out of not wanting to disturb? How many times have you let others decide for you, speak for you, trample over your truth? Enough. Nietzsche would say that living this way is an offense to existence itself, that accepting this kind of silence is betraying yourself. From today on, your silence needs to change its tone. It needs to stop being an escape and become an invisible shout of authority, a boundary, an affirmation of who you are, even if no one understands. Because who you are does not need to be understood. It needs to be lived. And that requires courage. Do you have that courage? Then comment below. I choose the silence that commands respect. Not just so I know you made it this far, but so you can publicly affirm this choice, this commitment to yourself. Because words have power.
L. Ron Hubbard invented this thing called the Alice in Wonderland technique. You know that this is a confusing
Oh my god, are we really gonna go with L. Ron Hubbard?
statement, but if we're in a conversation and I'm speaking in a really confident way, and I said something like, how different would it be if the same thing started looking now like it wouldn't change if nothing else really did? And you could just get completely open. And then the CIA, without even...
I'm sorry, go back. What?
L. Ron Hubbard invented this thing called the Alice in Wonderland technique. You know that this is a confusing statement, but if we're in a conversation and I'm speaking in a really confident way, and I said something like, how different would it be if the same thing started looking now like it wouldn't change if nothing else really did? And you could just get completely open. And then the CIA, without even attributing anything to him, copied it almost word for word in an interrogation manual. And I have that PDF too.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Chase Hughes just exposed...
What? The Alice and the Wonderland is psychological manipulation method used to disorient and incapacitate a person by overwhelming them with illogical, contradictory, and nonsensical information and destroying their familiar patterns of thought and conditioning to make them more suggestible and compliant. This technique was documented in the 1960s CIA interrogation manual as a way to obliterate the familiar and replace it with the weird, causing a state of psychological paralysis where the individual loses control and becomes more open to manipulation.
the scariest manipulation trick yet. They used to call it interrogation, but now it's just called content.
They discovered this in the 50s and 60s that if I can confuse your brain acts as though someone who is, it's somebody that's falling. So if you imagine when you're falling, your limbs are flailing all over the place, and the first solid object that they come into contact with, it's going to like grab around it no matter what, even if it's a thorn bush or something.
Okay.
Right? So anything that's solid in that moment of confusion is going to get grabbed onto. So the brain corollary to this is if a person's confused, the first logical piece of information they hear after being confused will be automatically accepted, or more automatically accepted.
Really? I can't. I don't know. All right. I gotta learn this.
Without being screened or scrutinized by the brain.
In the world of behavioral manipulation, few tools could be more dangerous or more effective than confusion. Scientology's founder, L. Ron Hubbard, understood this long before social media or surveillance capitalism. He wrote extensively about a method now known as the Alice in Wonderland technique, which involves flooding the subject with contradictory messages, bizarre phrases, and emotional whiplash until their grip on reality begins to slip. In 1961, the CIA declassified the now infamous Kubark Counterintelligence Interrogation Manual, and inside it was almost word-for-word instructions from Hubbard's playbook. The technique was adopted as a psychological softening tool, meant to dismantle the subject's internal logic and replace it with whatever narrative the operator wanted. The goal wasn't to extract the truth, it was to overwrite the mind.
What L. Ron Hubbard does is have people read out of this book of Alice in Wonderland. The verbiage is very confusing, and L. Ron Hubbard openly wrote about this in his work, and I'll give you all of my research on it, and then the CIA, without even attributing anything to him, copied it almost word for word in an interrogation manual, and I have that PDF too.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah. And then
Where's this PDF? I want this PDF. It's just 61. I need the fucking beginning, dog. It's just 113. The hell, dude? Yeah, continue. Brainwashing process. The article is well worth reading. The article provided some sound information, but the discussion of the interrogation as such, though clear, well ordered, contains a few questionable postulates. The article merits reading, but is not recommended as a guide to conduct of interrogation. Hostile and interrogation technique. Chinese Communist thought reform.
The grandfather of hypnotherapy, Milton Erickson, started writing about it.
Chase Hughes explains it like this. Every person runs on invisible behavioral scripts, pre-programmed mental routines that help us make sense of daily life. They tell your brain what's normal, what to expect, what to ignore, but when you interrupt that script through contradiction, chaos, or emotional shock, the brain hits a freeze point. It can't run its usual logic, so it panics. In that moment, it becomes desperate for something stable to grab onto, and whatever comes next, whether it's a belief, a command, or a total lie, feels safe simply because it's solid. The brain latches on automatically. This is where the command is inserted, when the person is disoriented and vulnerable. A hypnotist might say,
"What's up, Daniel? How you doing?"
Something that makes no grammatical sense. At the moment your conscious brain rejects it, but your subconscious doesn't, it'll start to obey. And here's the trap. Once your brain accepts that first command under confusion, it becomes easier to follow the next, and the next, until you're no longer evaluating, just absorbing. That same pattern is now everywhere. Not in interrogation rooms, but on your feed.
Fractionation is where, like, I would put you into a trance, and that would bring you almost all the way out to where your eyes are kind of opening again, and then send you back down again, and you go deeper. So in comedy and in conversations, you can do this to people where it's like a super fun thing, then really depressing or scary thing, fun thing, scary thing. Scroll through your social media feed.
Yeah.
It's fractionation as well. But it increases suggestibility.
They call it advice. They call it motivation. But it's built on the same bones as a cult initiation script. Chase doesn't name names, but the blueprint is clear. Today's alpha brand influencers don't sell facts. They sell chaos first, then order. They throw you into a mental spin cycle, then offer a handout for a price. One minute they're promising freedom, the next they're blaming you for being stuck. And right when you're most off balance, they pitch a solution. Their course, their method, their version of reality. It's not just marketing. It's psychological warfare dressed in Instagram filters.
If you think of the way that social media manipulates our brain, it falsifies a tribal agreement. And it makes us say A.
Right.
So we're willing to ignore everything that we see because we're seeing a tribe say that something else is happening.
Okay.
So it'll override our brain. And if there's one thing, like if you just one thing that matters a lot is that our brains are not capable of of overcoming this technology. We don't have a firewall. And technology has outpaced our brain's ability to adapt to it.
Hughes explains that it all comes down to cognitive overload. Your brain can only hold on to so many contradictory ideas before it short circuits. At that breaking point, you stop critically thinking and start following. That's where the real manipulation begins. Confusion, pause, insertion. You've seen the scripts. You know nothing. The system is broken. Only we have the answer. It's the same message across 1,000 hustlers, each wearing the costume of authority. And it works. Not because it makes sense, but because it creates identity. You're not buying a program, you're buying a new version of yourself. One that fits into their tribe. One that rejects the NPCs and joins the elite. The emotional loop is intentional. Fear, then hope, then guilt, then belonging, then fear again. It's not a side effect, it's the point. Studies back this up. A 2022 study in the Journal of Social Influence showed that rapid emotional changes increase vulnerability to persuasive messaging by nearly 48%, especially when delivered by perceived authority figures. That's why these gurus never just sell information. They sell urgency. They sell lifestyle. They sell family. And if you don't join, they frame you as weak. This isn't motivation. This is manufactured identity, designed, packaged, and sold to the most emotionally scrambled version of yourself.
The moment you get to identity, then you're guaranteeing that you can predict future behavior. And this goes really deep. We can get into hypnosis and all that stuff if you want to. And once I get identity agreement, this is the same thing with politics. You see the exact same thing. Identity gets hijacked, and then I can do anything I want because your identity is involved here. It's not you're agreeing with my ideas. You're agreeing because that's who you are.
And the most important part, this didn't start on YouTube or in a podcast or with a guy selling alpha masculinity and sunglasses. Wow. Chase Hughes is clear. The psychological tools we're seeing today were forged in war rooms and interrogation chambers. The modern manipulation playbook is rooted in government-funded psychological operations, PSYOPs, where behavior manipulation was first introduced. Here's what he reveals about the Milgram experiment.
You've heard of the Milgram experiment?
Yeah.
No. Let me walk you through it.
They tell you to shock somebody.
This is 1962 at Yale University. And they do a study. They put an ad in the paper and say, we're doing a study on learning and psychology. And if you come in and volunteer for the study, we're going to give you like a lunch voucher or something like that. So all these people volunteered. So let's say you're doing the study and you take it and you go up in this hallway, you meet this guy, the guy in the lab coat, and there's another volunteer there and you draw straws. The other guy draws the learner straw and you draw a straw that says teacher on it. And they say, all right, you're going to sit down here and I'll summarize it. But the guy's in the room next to you with the door shut, and you're going to sit down at this machine and you're going to read this quiz, and for every question he gets wrong, you're going to shock his ass. You're going to deliver an electric shock.
The participants were told they were helping with a study on learning and memory. What they didn't know was that the learner in the other room was an actor. And the shocks weren't real, but the participants thought they were.
And every time they get a question wrong, you shock them, but not only that, you're going to grab that little knob and move the voltage up. So if you move the knob all the way to the far right, it says XXX danger severe shock. So you start the experiment. The guy says he's got a heart condition, and you can hear him screaming when you hit this little shock button through the wall. You can hear him go ah. You can hear these little screams, and every time you're moving it up, and sooner or later he says, "I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to continue. I'm out of here. I have a heart condition. I told you I had a heart condition. I want to leave. I want to stop right now." And all these people would kind of like turn back to the guy in the lab coat, like, what do I do? And the guy in the lab coat, almost every time would say something as simple as, continue. It's important that you continue, or the experiment requires that you continue. So they keep going and keep going and keep going. They're up to like 300 volts now.
The voltage kept climbing, even when the learner screamed, even when he begged, even when he went silent. By the end, 100% of participants went up to 250 volts. 67% went all the way to the maximum, labeled XXX, danger, severe shock, just because a man in a lab coat told them to.
Perceived authority.
Another replication of the study in 2010 by Dr. Jerry Berger, published in American Psychologist, showed almost the exact same numbers. Different year, same results, same obedience. This is what Chase keeps warning about. You don't need drugs, you don't need torture, you don't even need to raise your voice. If you combine novelty, confusion, and perceived authority, you could get full compliance. No hypnosis required. Just a clean room, a uniform, and the right script. The scariest part of the Milgram study isn't what people did back then. It's that nothing's changed. And now the lab coat could just look like an influencer with a verified checkmark.
If I can get you to think that most of your tribal members agree to X, then most people, like 90% of people, will say, okay, X is true.
Well, especially with social media, right?
Scroll, swipe, pause, watch again. It feels random, but it's not. According to Chase Hughes, what's happening on your phone is emotional engineering. Every short-form video, every ad, every comment thread is part of an invisible loop designed to pull your mind in every direction at once. And the goal isn't to entertain you, definitely not. It's to fracture your focus, fatigue your logic, and keep you emotionally volatile, because that's when you're easiest to control.
Your brain versus a $1 trillion computer, you're going to lose. I'm going to lose. And I can spot all of the things, and I'm still going to lose.
Social media obviously is having some sort of psychological manipulation on people.
No
What do you
shit.
think the biggest impact it's having on people, other than the theft of your time?
Tribal confusion.
Fucking, it's stretching you too thin is what I feel. Like, when I was a kid and I didn't have the internet, I only had a handful of things to worry about. And I know, like, I have more because I'm older now. It seems as though the more you know, the more eggs you have, but you still have the same basket, it doesn't help. You need a bigger basket, or you need more baskets.
So I get to automatically, I don't have to hack your brain. I don't have to convince you of anything. All I have to do is tell you a whole shitload of people believe this one thing. And all that is, it may not get you to keel over right away, but it gets you to say, wow, it's starting to become a pretty popular idea. I'm going to start to entertain, it might start entertaining that. So technology has outpaced our brain's ability to adapt, period. We cannot adapt. Our brains haven't changed in 200,000 years. If I can trick the mammal part of your brain that doesn't even speak English, so all I have to do is get the human part of your brain to translate what I'm seeing, what you're seeing on the phone, into an image in your mammalian brain, and think that it's brand new, something weird that haven't seen before. Does that sound familiar on social media?
Sure.
Weird, unusual.
Oh yeah.
Novelty generates focus. Then there's an authority, because you're thinking a lot. This thing has 97,000 likes in the last hour or whatever. Authority. Tribe is there. It's built into the likes.
And then a lot of bots in the comments that agree with it. And
Yeah.
chime in and
Oh, I didn't even think about it. If the bots have a perceived tribe, then they can persuade which way you think. Holy shit.
I believe he's doing this. What a narcissist. All that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
He calls it emotional cycling. And once you
Cyclothema, also called emotional cycling, is a rare mood disorder. Cyclothemia causes emotional ups and downs, but they're not as extreme as those in bipolar 1 or 2 disorder. Cyclothemia, you experience periods when your mood noticeably shifts up and down from your baseline. You may feel on top of the world for a time, followed by a low period when you feel somewhat down. Between the cyclothymic highs and lows, you may feel stable and fine. Although the highs and lows of cyclothemia are less extreme than those bipolar disorder, it's critical to seek help in managing these symptoms because they can interfere with your ability to function and increase the risk of bipolar 1 or 2 disorder.
spot it, you can't unsee it. Rage clip about politics, swipe. A video of someone healing from trauma, swipe. A luxury car and a link to a masterclass, swipe. A breakup story, swipe. The cycle repeats. Each emotion spikes your brain chemistry, then drops it. You're not just watching content, you're being rewired by it. In short, the more emotionally scrambled you are, the more programmable you become. This is the Alice in Wonderland technique, at scale. These platforms don't just confuse you with nonsense language, they do it with algorithmic chaos. You're pushed from fear to hope to loneliness to desire in under 60 seconds, and then you're sold a fix. What looks like entertainment is behavioral warfare, and it's not your attention they're fighting for, it's your identity. Here's what he reveals about the algorithms.
If I've got you for 16 hours with advanced algorithms and technology designed to manipulate you specifically, and in 1972 they could talk someone into murder in 45 minutes. If you just imagine what's possible.
And know that governments are utilizing that. It's not just people's opinions, and it's not just groups of people that are trying to convince other people to think the way they think. It's actual governments that are involved in trying to manipulate narratives.
Yeah. If you're thinking it's a left and a right issue, that's also, you may be a victim.
Most people think influence requires years of training, deep psychological knowledge, or advanced hypnosis. Chase Hughes disagrees. According to him, if you know what to look for, controlling someone's behavior doesn't take skill, it takes selection. The key isn't technique, it's targeting. You don't need to manipulate everyone, just the right kind of person. He says the most influenceable people don't walk around with signs on their heads, but they do wear it on their faces. One detail he talks about often: wrinkle-free under eyes. Not just a cosmetic feature, he links it to emotional suggestibility. People with extremely smooth lower eyelids, according to his findings and feedback from thousands of hypnotists, are significantly more prone to entering trance states and accepting suggestions without resistance. The idea is simple. If someone can be persuaded easily once, they can be persuaded repeatedly. That's why cult recruiters, hostage negotiators, and interrogators all rely on behavioral cues to decide who to engage and how. And the methods are often the same, only the goal is different. To track and codify these behaviors, Hughes developed what he called the Behavioral Table of Elements, a public PDF that outlines over 100 human behaviors ranked by their likelihood of deception, stress, or emotional openness. It's built on over 40 peer-reviewed studies and observational field data. It's a toolkit for behavioral control, not just a chart.
Essentially, it's every behavior that a human being can do, rated from least deceptive to most deceptive. And it's free online. I don't charge money for it or anything. So each one of those is a little human behavior, and they're rated from least deceptive to most deceptive. So this is like the ultimate one-page guide to reading a human being. And this is all of our behavior. So all on here, you can see how likely it is to be deceptive, whether or not you're going to see it before, during.
What was it called? Behavioral Table of Elements. I can't read that for shit, dude. I can't read that either. God damn, dude. Am I blind? Oh, that's not what I wanted. I'm just gonna find a better image.
Or after someone's statement, or the score of deception, the behaviors that are going to confirm your findings, the behaviors that are going to amplify it and give you more information. So everything on the right is the most deceptive or most stress, where there's no behavior for deception. and everything on the left is the least. They're the most comfortable. Everything in like that turquoise is facial expressions. And everything on the very bottom is what happens outside of our bodies, like how we interact with like objects on the table and the stuff that we actually say, like I'm rising vocal pitch, increasing speed, a non-answer statement. So those are all the different ways that we can be deceptive in our speech. So I tried to get all behavior for deception detection on one sheet. So each one of these is backed by a minimum of 4 pieces of research to make it onto this table.
The question isn't if you're being manipulated. That's already happening. The real question now is how many versions of the script have been tested just on you? Think about it. This isn't a feed. It's a behavioral lab. And you're not the audience. You're the subject. The techniques Chase Hughes exposes aren't theory anymore. They're active systems shaping what you see, what you believe, and who you become. And once you've been rewired, the worst part is, you won't even notice. So, what are your views on this? Let us know in the comments below. You're not the audience, you're the subject. The techniques Chase Hughes exposes aren't theory anymore. They're active systems shaping what you see, what you believe, and who you become. And once you've been rewired, the worst part is, you won't even notice. He died as soon as he began to speak. Soon after, the CIA took his research, and years later revealed only fragments. But what I found is far more rare. His wife preserved the original notes, releasing them in a material almost no one has ever seen. In the 1970s, fragments of Itzhak Bentov's research began surfacing in declassified CIA files. What the public saw were only broken pieces, mysterious, incomplete. Shortly after he began sharing his discoveries, Bentov died in what many still call a strange accident. Some believe his work was quietly taken, copied, and buried. But decades later, hidden deep and almost forgotten, I found a rare material his wife released, an attempt to finish the work he started. Work that, if true, could have changed the way we see reality itself.
Here is our reality, and here is the other reality, which we now have expanded, and we can be conscious.
Could have changed the way we see reality itself.
Here is our reality, and here is the other reality, which we now have expanded, and we can be conscious on that level simultaneously with this level, so that we can actually have the benefit of both, and we can explore that reality and bring back the information. And this is in fact what Ben did, and the information that I will be talking about from now on was received in those states.
And when you hear Murtala describe his work, it clicks at the instant, because this wasn't mysticism scattered in the wind. It was a system, a framework, almost like Bentov had traced the hidden architecture beneath everything we call real. And seeing those blueprints, you begin to understand why intelligence agencies were paying attention. Before his tragic death in 1979, Itzhak Bentov had already begun building something extraordinary. He wasn't content with meditation as a personal practice or science as a cold experiment. So, he made a map, a framework that explained why consciousness feels bigger than the body, why humans seem to evolve beyond survival, and why reality itself sometimes behaves like an illusion. He was convinced we weren't just bodies walking around, and there's a pattern that repeats itself whether you look at the nervous system or the entire universe. And after stepping into that map, you won't see reality the same way as before.
The nervous system is the thing that is evolving, and the nervous system is supported by a skeleton of bones and muscles and tissue, etc., etc. The nervous system is that thing that gives us the picture of our realities. That is, our realities, that reality which you see all around you, the flowers and the chairs and the microphones and the teacup, is given to us by our senses. Yeah. We don't see light which is beyond UV and beyond infrared. We hear only a limited scale of vibrations, like, for instance, we hear anywhere from 52 to 20,000 maximum. In other words, all our senses are limited. So, with these limited senses, we naturally are seeing through a very narrow kind of tube or very narrow slit in the total reality there is. Now, as you're evolving, what happens is that slit opens up more and more and more. So you see more and more of that reality, and we assume that we see different realities. They're not very different realities, but rather a very extended, broad view of one very large reality.
But here's the catch. You can't already exist on all these levels. You just can't see them. According to Bentov, nature is pulling us upward, whether we realize it or not. Evolution isn't done. It's carrying us from isolated humans into something far greater. And that's just the beginning, because Bentov believed the nervous system itself wasn't just showing us reality, it was hiding most of it. Think about your brain and senses for a second. You see colors, hear sounds, touch surfaces. But what if that's only a sliver of what's really out there? Bentov believed the nervous system works like a radio receiver. It only tunes into certain frequencies. Right now, we're stuck on one channel. Evolution, he said, is simply the process of widening the dial. And he didn't leave it at theory. In the 1970s, he strapped people into a device called the ballistocardiograph, measuring micro vibrations in the body. What he discovered blew him away. During deep meditation, the heartbeat, the breath, even tiny body movements all locked into rhythm, about 7 cycles per second. That's the same frequency as Earth's natural heartbeat, the Schumann resonance. In that state, the body itself becomes an antenna, resonating not just with itself, but with the planet. Here's how his wife Myrtala explained it.
As an engineer, he looked at the body in terms of vibrating systems or oscillators. And in this case, there are 5. The heart-aorta system, the brain itself, a cavity in the brain which is filled with fluid, a ventricle, and then the brain itself, the sensory cortex, and then all this results in an electromagnetic field around the head. So as the heart pumps blood through the aorta, it hits the bifurcation into the legs, and a certain plane wave is reflected up. The next pulse comes down, and the plane wave and the pulse clash, and it creates a disruption in the body. When the harmonious 7 hertz vibration is set up, it seems that the heart and the lungs begin to talk to each other, and they begin to work in harmony, so that a pulse comes down and waits for the reflection to come up, and they both go up together, and then the next pulse comes down, and there is no clash occurring anymore, and the body goes into resonance, triggering the next oscillator, which is the brain. And looking at the head, again, from the point of view of engineering, it's a rigid box resting on a resilient column, which is the spine. What happens is, as the body goes up and down, the skull is vibrated, and the brain, which is a gel-like substance, is floating in a fluid, the cerebrospinal fluid, so that each time the body goes up, it's hitting the skull and then goes down, and so up and down it goes, and it creates a plane wave within the brain. The brain has a characteristic called piezoelectric, which means that when it's stimulated mechanically, it develops an electromagnetic field around it, which is this field right here eventually. So this is the second oscillator, which triggers the third. This is the fluid-filled cavity in the brain called ventricle. And due to this regular vibration of 7 cycles or 7 hertz per second, a standing wave is established in the ventricle, which again creates a very harmonious frequency. And this in turn triggers the sensory cortex. This is a cross-section of the brain, and this is a cross-section of the third ventricle. Again creates a very harmonious in the ventricle, which again creates a very harmonious frequency. And this in turn triggers the sensory cortex. This is a cross-section of the brain, and this is a cross-section of the third ventricle filled with fluid. On top of the third ventricle is a drum-like surface with a bundle of nerve fiber crossing it, which connects the right and left brain hemispheres. And this is very important because as the fluid vibrates harmoniously, it activates this nerve fiber, and it harmonizes the two brain hemispheres. And we know that consciousness opens up when the synchronization of the functioning of the two hemispheres occurs. And then a certain current is established in the sensory cortex in the lobe of the brain. And as I said before, all this results in an electromagnetic field around the head, so that the head actually becomes an antenna capable of sending out and receiving information.
But that raises the real question. If the nervous system is a radio receiver, then what else are we not tuning into? That question led him straight into his most unsettling idea yet. Bentov said reality itself flickers. It's not continuous. It's like frames of a film reel switching on and off so fast we think it's solid, but it isn't. According to him, everything you see around you, your body, this room, even time itself, is more like a holographic projection. And even other scientists were circling the same idea. In 1971, Carl Pribram at Stanford proposed the holographic brain theory, saying memory isn't stored in one place, but across the whole brain, like a hologram. In 1980, physicist David Bohm doubled down in wholeness and the implicate order, suggesting the universe itself might be one giant hologram. If reality really is a hologram, then ask yourself, who are you? To Bentov, you're not just a single person moving through life. You're a fragment of a much bigger mind. Every thought you've ever had, every choice you've ever made, doesn't just stay with you. It ripples outwards across the entire field, which means you're never alone inside your head. You're already entangled in the mind of the universe.
We are dealing with two realities. One is this physical, solid reality that we get blue and black marks from, as he said, when we bump into it. But the information about it is given us by our senses. So that is our subjective reality. And so the two really are giving us the totality of our environment. So what is the objective physical reality? And let us look at the atom. If we magnify the atom and zero in on the electron, and now we think now we will get the answer to what physical matter is. But if we analyze the electron, all we find is an oscillating electromagnetic field. There's no physical matter as such. So we think, well, maybe the nucleus will give us the answer. And we zero in on the nucleus, and we find that it too is only an electromagnetic oscillating field in the void, because between the nucleus and the electron and outside of them, there is nothing but void. Ben drew an analogy between the electron and the pendulum by looking at the cross-section, as it were, of the atom and comparing it to reciprocal motion. In other words, we see the electron now on this side, now on the other side of the nucleus, which would be the pendulum motion. So what happens in the pendulum? It stops, it moves, stops, and moves again. In other words, it's action and rest, action and rest. If you took an actual pendulum and would swing it and attach a pen to it, and you would draw a piece of paper under it like this, it would describe a sine wave. Here the pendulum moved and stopped, moved and stopped. And reality really are the spaces between the points of rest. We perceive reality when there is motion. And reality is really nothing but oscillating fields in the void. And the reason I can touch this screen and I don't go through the floor is because my atoms, or the electrons of my atoms, are actually repelling the electrons of the floor. But if I would speed up my vibration, then I could very well go through the floor.
According to Bentov, the universe flickers like a hologram. Then we're only here part of the time. So the question is, where are we the rest of the time? In a hologram, every piece carries the whole image. That means you, right now, carry the universe with you. But Bentov believed humanity itself worked the same way. Each of us is like a pixel, small on our own, almost invisible. But when you put us together, we don't just light up. We form the picture, the whole consciousness. But think about what that means. Your thoughts, your actions, even your emotions might be feeding into something far bigger than you can see. the collective human hologram. And if that's true, then humanity isn't just stumbling forward blind. We're evolving as one organism, guided by patterns we barely understand. And that realization leads to a chilling possibility. If all of humanity is part of one mind, who or what is doing the guiding?
And he explained the hologram in terms of 3 pebbles being dropped into a pizza pan filled with water. And you drop these pebbles simultaneously into the water. So it sends out these wavelets that reach every point on the surface of this water. If we take this water now, which resulted in a pattern of wavelets that now clash into one another, all this information about the pebbles, and it's called the interference pattern. In cross-section, it would look like that. And if you quick freeze the water and you get a piece of ice like this, which is actually a photograph of all the information about these pebbles. And then you take what is known as coherent light, or light where all the rays are of the same frequency, a laser light, and you shine it through this interference pattern. Lo and behold, you see the 3 pebbles reconstructed 3-dimensionally in space. This is the important part of the hologram, that all the information is contained in this pattern, and every point of this pattern contains that information, because if by mistake you break this piece of ice and you end up with a little sliver of it, and you shine the same lights through it, you will still get your 3 pebbles. It will actually look something like that. And here, if you shine this coherent light, the 3-dimensional object gets reconstructed. Now, if instead of those 3 pebbles, we substitute 3 individuals, because we, like the pebbles, are constantly sending out information about ourselves in a variety of ways. And all these fields are interacting, creating a hologram, an interference pattern. And you could say that human consciousness is one big hologram of information about humanity as a whole. We are one mind, one consciousness.
Imagine smoke rising in a circle, looping around and feeding back into its own center. That, Bentov said, is how the universe breathes. Everything, from galaxies to human bodies, follows this toroidal pattern. Energy flows out, curves around, and comes back in, creating balance. Even your heart produces a toroidal electromagnetic field, measurable with modern instruments. In fact, a 2014 paper in Nature Physics described plasma structures in the lab forming stable toroidal patterns, the same shape Bentov said was written into the universe itself.
Holy shit.
But he didn't just mean this as a shape in space. He meant it as a cycle of consciousness. The universe expands, contracts, and learns from itself. Every birth, every death, every flicker of human experience, all part of this endless toroidal flow.
This would be the structure then. This is the core of the structure, which is called torus, T-O-R-U-S, a melon-like structure. And matter emerges from the center in the same sequence as we saw before, condensing from light radiation, from photons to stable particles, and so on. Then it expands, and visualize this as a 3-dimensional form, goes around and gets pulled back in upon itself into the black hole. This is a white hole and the black hole back to back. This is the gravitational collapse as galaxies are pulled in to the black hole and then re-emerge as energy again on another round to go around and around again. And each time matter goes around, it gets refined. Its consciousness is on the next rung of the spiral. Remember that every speck of matter on the surface of this torus is sending out information about itself. Our galaxy does, and so does a galaxy and many other galaxies which have gone ahead of us, so that the information that is being sent out gets interwoven into one web of information about the entire structure. This is the information that one can tap in those higher states of consciousness and in fact enter the knowledge that's available about the entire structure, because we are a part of this hologram, that little sliver that still retains some of that information. And by tuning into the totality of the hologram, we can have the information about every part of it. And that's exactly what Ben did.
Now here's where it gets strange. Bentov claimed that death is less like falling into darkness and more like waking up from a dream. In his view, the soul sheds the body the way a diver sheds a wetsuit. Not destroyed, just stepping into another environment. A 2014 resuscitation study on near-death experiences found that many patients reported vivid perceptions, even when their brain had flatlined. Stories of tunnels, lights, or overwhelming peace, details that eerily echo Bentov's descriptions years earlier. To him, rebirth wasn't some abstract religious promise. It was a mechanical certainty. Just as water evaporates, condenses, and rains down again, so too does consciousness recycle through the great cosmic system. You've been here before, he argued, and you will be again. But here's the question Bentov never fully answered. If we keep looping through life and death, like sparks in a current, who or what is keeping the cycle running? And this is where Bentov's story takes a turn from mystic philosophy to government files. In the 1980s, the CIA quietly declassified a series of documents known as the Gateway Process.
That is classified as a non-physical reality.
Buried inside those pages were Bentov's models, sketches, and theories, repackaged as tools for training intelligence officers in altered states of consciousness. Think about that for a second. A man dismissed by many as a New Age dreamer had his ideas pulled into the heart of military research. They weren't just reading his books, they were trying to apply them. A 2003 Army intelligence report even cited Bentov's diagrams directly, showing how the brain could act like an antenna tuned to dimensions beyond the physical. So why would agencies built on secrecy and power be so interested? That's the part that remains unanswered. Maybe they believe Bentov had uncovered something real, a way to stretch human perception beyond ordinary limits. Or maybe they feared that if they didn't explore it, someone else would. Either way, it leaves us with one chilling thought. If reality is a hologram and our minds are the receivers, then the truth about what we are capable of might already be sitting in a locked government file. The CIA thought Bentov's work was worth studying. Scientists keep circling back to the same patterns. And you're left with the same question Bentov whispered decades ago. If your nervous system is only showing you a fraction of reality, then what are you not seeing right now?
Dude, that's fucked. Man, now I'm like, ugh.
Richard E. Byrd, first to blaze an air route to the North Pole, prepares for a similar flight over the bottom of the Earth.
For 77 years, the truth about Admiral Richard E. Byrd's Antarctic expeditions lay frozen, locked away in military archives, and in the mind of one man. Now, before his death, the last survivor has spoken.
Admiral Byrd tells an extraordinary story.
Most valuable, important place left in the world for science.
What he revealed is more than history. It's a secret that could rewrite everything we know about Earth. Why was Operation High Jump armed like an invasion? What vanished team was never recorded in official logs? And what did Admiral Byrd himself admit to seeing beneath the ice? We'll uncover what Robert Johnson took nearly 8 decades to say, and why governments wanted it buried. The making of a legend. Admiral Richard Evelyn Byrd, Jr. was not just another name in the annals of exploration. He was a man whose very life seemed pulled from the pages of an epic adventure novel. Born in 1888 into a prominent Virginia family, Byrd was destined for a life of distinction. From the moment he joined the U.S. Navy, his career was marked by daring feats and a relentless drive to be the first at everything. His peers respected him, his superiors trusted him, and the public adored him. With piercing blue eyes and a charisma that made headlines, Byrd was more than an officer. He was a living symbol of American ambition. Byrd's reputation was cemented early on with a series of bold aerial achievements. In 1926, he claimed to be the first person to fly over the North Pole, an accomplishment that made him a household name and earned him the Congressional Medal of Honor. He followed that with record-breaking flights across the Atlantic and to the South Pole, becoming the first to navigate the planet's most inhospitable frontiers from the sky. New York City gave him not one, but 3 ticker-tape parades in his honor, an honor few could dream of, let alone achieve. That craving for exploration was more than glory quests. Every one of those voyages would become, for Byrd, a challenge involving human limits, and another opportunity to go where no man has gone before. While others regarded the frozen poles as deserted wastelands, Byrd viewed them as blank pages awaiting the ink and brush of history to fill them in. This desire to chart the uncharted would bring him back to Antarctica over and over again, to ever bolder and more secret missions. Byrd's first expedition to Antarctica, in 1928, was one of stupendous success. The team set up the Little American base along the Ross Ice Shelf, had done extensive aerial mapping, and with some flavor touched upon the huge, untouched potential of the continent. His next major expedition to Antarctica was in 1933, which literally went a step bolder when he decided to spend 5 months alone in a remote meteorological station, cut off from the harshest conditions on Earth, temperatures far below zero, and almost lost his own life due to carbon monoxide poisoning. This brush with death hasn't slowed him. Rather, it sharpened his resolve. But underneath all that brave explorer kind of bravado, one individual was aware that some discoveries were far too great or far too dangerous to be made known to the world. Whispers had begun presenting themselves in naval circles by the later part of the 30s that Byrd's Antarctic trips were not merely for the purpose of mapping ice and studying weather. There seemed to be strange formations of navigation anomalies and geological wonders that simply could not have any sane explanation. None of these made it into official press releases, but they were intriguing enough to draw in the U.S. government. It was in 1939, just before another Antarctic undertaking, that Lieutenant Byrd met 19-year-old Robert Johnson. Johnson, a Sea Scout from San Diego, thought that he was offering his services for what would be a simple scientific expedition. The meeting was being held at a naval facility in Norfolk, Virginia. Johnson had expected questions about his sailing experience or technical knowledge. Byrd took one look at him and started asking strange questions. Could he keep a secret? Was he absolutely loyal to the United States? In that dimly lit room, Johnson sensed that something more was going on than just the usual trip to Antarctica. Byrd needed no noisy adventurers. He needed quiet, reliable men who would follow orders and never talk of what they saw. Johnson's calmness and self-possession distinguished him as different from other volunteers, most of whom boasted about their past glories. Without a show, Byrd picked him out of the group. What Johnson did not know was that he had crossed onto the path that would tie him to one of the most mysterious expeditions of all time. He would witness events he would never be able to divulge for nearly 80 years. At that time, he was just a young man honored to work alongside a living history, but soon would find that glory and discovery were only part of the tale in Antarctica. Johnson didn't yet know it, but his loyalty would make him a witness to events no history book would dare print. The frozen chessboard. To most people in the 1940s, Antarctica was little more than a blank spot at the bottom of the map, an endless sheet of white, home only to penguins, seals, and howling winds. But to world powers teetering on the edge of the Cold War, it was something else entirely. A colossal chessboard where the stakes weren't just land, but global dominance. Beneath that ice, scientists suspected, were vast mineral deposits, coal, oil, even uranium. that could power nations for centuries. Whoever controlled Antarctica wouldn't just hold bragging rights, they could hold the keys to the future. By the time Robert Johnson set foot there with Admiral Byrd, Antarctica had become a silent prize in an undeclared race. It was larger than the United States and Mexico combined, with no government, no borders, and no legal claims recognized by the world. The great powers knew this could change overnight. All it would take was a permanent base, a flag in the snow, and a few months of occupation to tilt the balance of power. The public image of Antarctic exploration was clean, almost romantic. Brave men braving the cold for the sake of science. Newspapers printed photos of grinning sailors beside penguins or pilots posing in front of their ski-equipped planes. But behind that, propaganda was a very different reality. Nations weren't just measuring wind speeds, they were mapping potential runways, scouting supply routes, and quietly marking areas rich in resources. Johnson would later remember how, even in those early days, the Antarctic landscape was stubborn beyond bounds. Compasses spun in lazy circles, failing to point north. Radio signals sometimes vanished into static before coming back as though nothing had happened. The ice itself was eerie. In some places, it was not quite pure white, streaked very lightly, and shimmers like a pearl catching light, and it sometimes looked as if it glowed from the inside. Such would be pretty susceptible to scientific explanation: magnetic interference, atmospheric effects. But the other ones, as Johnson insisted, defied explanation. One flight was characterized by the aurora australis, the southern lights, spiriting its patterns almost as if deliberately, as they contorted shapes that would last far longer than any light could within natural bounds. Old guys who had spent too long out in the field would mutter sometimes that the lights were watching them. That was the kind of talk that officers discouraged, yet never quite managed to stamp out. Byrd himself would rarely comment on such peculiarities, at least not in public, but Johnson noted how sharply the Admiral paid attention whenever such oddities were reported. More than once, Byrd discreetly altered a flight plan or directed a ground crew to survey the area for unusual readings. These diversions were never explained, and the official logs would sometimes differ from what the men recalled doing. The terrain added to their sense of discomfort. Standing out as jagged teeth from the flat ice, Antarctica's mountains found their birth from naked rock, almost black, threatening to cut into the white skyline. Some slopes were utterly devoid of snow, revealing dark stone even at temperatures well below freezing. There were murmurings, according to Johnson, that the exposed areas were, in fact, not entirely natural and had been formed by something from beneath the ice pushing upward. One day, Johnson was on a supply trip. Somewhere he saw something that would stay with him for decades. A huge crack in the ice, too deep to even see the bottom. Warm air, gushing out, curled in pale mist into a bitter cold. He stood at the edge, feeling the faintest vibration, almost like the hum of distant machinery. Nothing in his training had prepared him for that. But little did he know that these bizarre readings and strange geological peculiarities and unexplained phenomena were all quietly recorded, classified, and sent back to Washington. For the men who were there, it was disconcerting. For the strategists sitting far out of reach, it was a riddle and maybe an opportunity. Antarctica was no longer just a frozen wilderness. Rather, it was a contested area in the shadowy struggle for global power, where science walks hand in hand with secrecy. And for this game, Admiral Byrd and his crew were American pieces on the global chessboard. Strange lights and broken compasses were only the beginning. Soon, the U.S. Navy would return with overwhelming force. Operation High Jump. In the winter of 1946, the United States launched what would become the largest Antarctic expedition in history. Officially, it was called Operation High Jump, a training exercise designed to test men and machines in extreme cold, map uncharted coastline, and practice resupply operations in hostile environments. That was the version given to the press. But for those who saw the operation up close, the scale alone suggested something far beyond scientific research. High Jump's numbers were staggering. 14 ships, including an aircraft carrier and destroyers, 33 aircraft, more than 4,700 personnel,
Sounds like
tanks,
invasion.
tracked vehicles, and enough weapons to outfit a small invasion force. You don't send that kind of firepower just to count penguins. To the men aboard, it felt less like a research trip and more like the opening move in a military campaign. Once again, Robert Johnson, who is in his 20s now, has been called up to serve under Admiral Byrd. From the moment he set foot on board, he knew the tread was different. One felt the place had a disciplining quality, almost brittle, as if everyone understood that the mischief extended beyond the mission. The orders were adamant, the movements tracked, and the crew seemed to breathe with a quiet readiness. They seemed to await contact with something or someone. The rumors started even before they arrived at the ice. Whispers about Nazi activity in Antarctica had swirled since the end of the war. German vessels had slipped south, it was alleged, in the last months of 1945 on the way to a hidden base in the polar wilderness. There was talk in the intelligence briefs about geothermal oases out in the open water, and warmth within a ice that could harbor entire facilities. Johnson did not know what to believe or who could be believed, but he knew the Navy was not taking chances. Once the fleet was established in Antarctic waters, the mission activity had two layers. First were the public and recorded activities, such as mapping runs and weather studies, and then there were a few operations that were a little quieter in nature. Some of these assignments were given in person by senior officers, bypassing normal communication channels. Johnson noticed that some aircraft would take off on unexplained missions not scheduled on the day's flight plan, and would come back hours later with crews who neither confirmed nor denied what had been observed. By mid-expedition, operations that were a little quieter in nature. Some of these assignments were given in person by senior officers, bypassing normal communication channels. Johnson noticed that some aircraft would take off on unexplained missions not scheduled on the day's flight plan, and would come back hours later with crews who neither confirmed nor denied what had been observed. By mid-expedition, there had been such an instruction to Johnson's unit to deploy to support the ground team heading toward the mountainous region marked unstable in earlier surveys. The snow melted in distinctly patterned shapes, almost in regular patterns. It almost seemed as if something beneath the surface was radiating heat. Johnson has never forgotten that moment when the men loaded their gear. There was no fear, really, he recalled, just that they were aware they were stepping into the unknown. The team never came back at all. Officially, they were lost due to a crevasse collapse during deteriorating weather, but Johnson knew the weather had been clear that day. The story didn't match up to what those on the ground had seen, or rather, what little they were allowed to see. Almost immediately afterward, the mood on the ships changed. Reports increased, and all but some designated areas were placed off limits, without explanation. Then, as if out of the blue, Operation High Jump ended. What was to be a 6 to 8 month mission continued not much over 8 weeks. Extreme weather and exhaustion of resources were the public explanation. But February is the height of summer in Antarctica, precisely the kind of conditions under which the exercise was to have operated. Before the last withdrawal, Johnson had caught bits and pieces of conversations where officers spoke in hushed tones, words like engagement, contact, and hostile. Byrd appeared a changed man. He was quiet.
Wait, what?
But February is the height of summer in Antarctica, precisely the kind of conditions under which the exercise was to have operated. Before the last withdrawal, Johnson had caught bits and pieces of conversations where officers spoke in hushed tones, words like engagement, contact, and hostile. Byrd appeared a changed man. He was quieter, heavier, as though weighed down. Johnson later recalled one night in particular. The Admiral had blocked his passage in a dimly lit corridor and imparted quietly, "We saw something. Out there we weren't supposed to." That loss was only one mystery. What Byrd saw on a separate flight would remain hidden for decades. The 3 missing hours. There's a strange gap in the record of Operation High Jump, a gap that has haunted historians, conspiracy theorists, and even a few surviving veterans for decades. It wasn't a missing day, or even half a day. It was exactly 3 hours. 3 hours in which the most decorated polar explorer in history, Admiral Richard E. Byrd, vanished from radio contact during a routine flight. The official explanation was, well, there wasn't much of one. The logs for that day list his takeoff and his return, but the middle is an empty stretch of silence. For 3 hours, there was no word from Byrd, no location updates, no telemetry. It was as if the aircraft had been swallowed whole by the white wilderness. For years, that blank space was just a curiosity. Then a document began circulating, what some claim was Byrd's own private diary. In it, the Admiral describes flying over a lush green valley, its slopes covered in forest, with rivers winding through the land. In Antarctica? In the middle of summer? Yes, but still a place where no trees should exist, no running water, no signs of warmth. It's an entry from his diary. All his instruments screeched. Compass needles twirled. Gyroscopes just went dead. The sun was no longer visible. And then he happened on movement underneath. Enormous creatures of shaggy fur and deeply curving tusks, as if from the Ice Age. Mammoths. His altitude was dropped to 1,000 feet in order to see better. But what followed was more unusual. Before him lay a city, an impossible city, glowing with what appeared to be crystalline structures and rainbow light. Then there were the aerial vehicles, the sleek disc-shaped crafts gliding at unearthly speeds alongside him instead of 1940 propeller-driven planes. They carried strange markings. Some said they were swastikas. Others said they were unknown symbols. Either way, they maneuvered with a precision no plane of his time could match. What? According to the diary, not his own voice came over the radio, and not from the carrier ship. It spoke in English, but with an apparently different accent. "Fear not," it commanded. "Follow us, and prepare to land." He fought against it, yet his plane was no longer responding. The ship just descended on its own towards the city filled with shimmering lights. The next part in the diary is the one that blurs the line between historical record and legend. Byrd stated he was met by tall, blonde, pale men who led him into a hall with walls of crystal.
All blonde, gray
record and legend. Byrd stated he was met by tall, blonde, pale men, who led him into a hall with walls of crystal. There, the Master was said to have warned him about the threatening path of mankind after having bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The warning was to stop or be destroyed when it became too late. They have scrapped the diary as a made-up one. There's no strong evidence that it was written in Byrd's hand, and it does veer toward being theatrical in its style. But shreds of what was said in the account find a congruence with what Robert Johnson would later, never mentioning things like luscious valleys or crystal cities, say, Johnson remembered Byrd coming back from a solo flight utterly shaken, refusing to say what his exact flight path was. He remembered that very same day being pulled aside for an extra security detail around an area of the ice marked restricted, and he recognized the whispers of an off-limits place Byrd had visited that wasn't on any official map. Johnson's own unrecorded missions would reveal structures that weren't supposed to exist, structures someone destroyed within days. The mission within the mission. Not long after Admiral Byrd's unexplained 3-hour flight, Robert Johnson received orders unlike any he'd gotten before. They didn't come through the normal chain of command. There was no written record, no inclusion on the daily assignment sheet. Instead, an officer delivered them face to face, his tone clipped and his eyes giving away nothing. Johnson and a handful of others, no more than 24 men, were to gear up for a rapid deployment by air. Their destination was pre-surveyed, the officer said, but the coordinates made no sense. The location wasn't on any map Johnson had seen. The aircraft took them deep into the interior, far from Little America Base, and far from the coastal operations that had dominated most of High Jump's official activity. From above, the landscape was the same unbroken expanse of white they'd seen for weeks, until it wasn't. As they approached the drop point, Johnson noticed something unusual, a massive ridge of ice that didn't glisten under the sun like normal snow. Its surface looked dull, almost metallic in its sheen. When they all touched down somewhere, then on, they truly felt how different everything was on this continent. Here, it was noticeably warmer than not quite balmy temperatures, but enough to keep their breaths from freezing up immediately in front of their mouths. Most eerie, however, was the low vibration in the air, so faint it teetered on the edge of being imperceptible, but steady enough for the men to exchange glances. Later, Johnson described it as similar to a far-off machinery hum traveling through the ground rather than through the air. At the bottom of the ridge, they found the source of their orders, a long, narrow fissure in the ice, its ends perfectly clean, as if cut by a huge blade. Around it, the snow had melted in straight, geometric patterns, the random irregularity of natural thawing. Inside, however, the fissure opened into a tunnel. Neither were they pure ice, nor were they rock. They were something intermediate, a smooth, curved material that seemed as ancient as it was engineered. Simple orders, really. Investigate, but do not enter. That rule lasted for less than 10 minutes. Maybe it was curiosity driving one of the officers, or just perhaps he figured the rank entitled him. But in any case, he clipped the safety line to his harness and slipped into the opening. The men outside waited, the minutes stretching into an uneasy silence, until the rope went slack. There was no signal, no movement. The man was gone. Another officer volunteered to go in after him, now firmly binding the safety line to his waist. He slipped into the fissure, and, for a moment, it appeared routine until the line snapped taut, then shook violently. They hauled him back up only to find him conscious, but utterly unresponsive. His eyes were open, staring into nothing, his lips slightly parted, but unmoving. He never spoke another word for the rest of his life.
What?
It sufficed for the generals. The problem was the immediate withdrawal of the team. They put themselves back on board the aircraft without collecting samples, without taking measures. Johnson's questions got the long, hard look and such a silence that meant he'd do better to not ask again. And yet, what Johnson guarded next was even more unsettling. Proof that someone had been here long before us. The Lost Files and Manufactured Silence. When Operation High Jump ended abruptly in February 1947, months ahead of schedule, It wasn't just the ships and planes that left Antarctica. Something else disappeared, the paper trail. In the weeks that followed, reports that should have been archived simply never arrived at their destinations. Flight logs were incomplete or missing altogether. Reconnaissance photographs vanished in transit. Even personnel rosters for certain assignments came back altered, with entire names quietly removed, as if those men had never set foot on the ice. Robert Johnson didn't realize the scale of the purge until years later, but even at the time, he could sense the deliberate effort to close the curtain. The air aboard the ships had shifted. Conversations were shorter, eyes more guarded. The normal banter that filled mess halls after a mission was replaced with silence or sudden topic changes when the wrong person walked in. The explanation given by everyone back in port was as dry and unconvincing as it could ever be. Severe weather, logistical strain, mission complete. No one wasted an explanation about why an operation designed to last between 6 and 8 months would suddenly pack up and then leave after only slightly more than 8 weeks, during the best time of year for Antarctic mischief. Admiral Byrd would hold one last press conference in South America and disappear for months. In it, he gave an unusual warning. The United States could see a new enemy that can fly from pole to pole at incredible speeds. The day that remark was made was one day of headlines and was then quietly buried. Johnson would note later that it was the last time Byrd ever uttered anything like provocative in public. Thereafter, all he talked about was safe subjects like weather and base construction. Pulling the curtain back, cleanup operations turned out to be disappointing. Johnson remembered seeing photographs taken during clear aerial runs images of massive geometric shapes etched into the ice like the tops of buried structures. Some even showed what looked like doors set into sheer ice walls. Those photos were labeled classified and locked away. Within months, they were simply gone. It was not just pictures. Written records about anomalous terrain were either destroyed or kept classified for an indefinite period. Complete incident reports included missing teams in craggy areas from the Navy records. Johnson even knew of one officer who tried to keep personal copies of certain documents. The guy was fired silently and escorted out without even being allowed to pack his bags. In 1959, with high jump a little over a decade in the past, the Antarctic Treaty was signed. In theory, it was a tremendous example of international cooperation, turning the continent into a peaceful university for scientific research, while forbidding military advancement and resource exploitation. To Johnson, it was something else, a lock on the last door to the truth. They didn't sign that to protect the penguins, he would remark. They signed it to make sure nobody else went looking where we'd been. In Johnson's view, the strangest thing about it was how well the treaty had stood. In a world where countries squabbled over every inch of territory, here they all somehow agreed not to touch Antarctica. Decades passed without any serious violations, he said, and to him, that sort of unity was unnatural, given how resource-rich and strategically valuable that place was. Johnson would hold his silence for 78 years, until old age convinced him the truth mattered more than orders. The last man speaks. By the time Robert Johnson reached his 99th birthday, he was more than just a veteran. He was the last surviving link to Admiral Byrd's most controversial expedition. Everyone else who had been there was gone. The stories, the warnings, the unexplained incidents, they lived only in his memory. For decades, he'd obeyed the unwritten rule, don't talk. But now, with no one left to silence and no career left to protect, he decided it was time. He agreed to a single recorded interview, conducted quietly in his Virginia home by a small historical research group. There were no reporters, no bright lights, No sensational framing, just a camera, a microphone, and a man who had carried a secret for 78 years. His voice was weathered but steady, his eyes clear. "I am not here to prove anything at all," he began. "I am here to leave the truth behind." That was pretty much all there was to Johnson's testimony, the wild, alien-filled spectacle that conspiracy sites were hoping for. On the contrary, it was grounded, detailed, and possibly because of all of that, more unsettling. He spoke about what a mission within a mission would sound like, about the humming ridge, the fissure leading into engineered tunnels, and two men lost, one forever, the other into a living silence. Then he painted a picture of how, days later, under the guise of a test, the whole site was wiped off the surface. Bombed out, really.
What?
Then he mentioned another mission, one that troubled him even more. As part of a small security detail late in the operation, he had been ordered to guard what he was told was a former weather station embedded in the ice. But it was not what he expected, the crushed metal shacks he had imagined. Instead, what he found was a stairway, perfectly carved, descending into the glacier itself. The steps were smooth, uniform, and constructed of concrete. "I know concrete when I see it," he said flat out, "and this definitely wasn't built by any Antarctic research team." They have stayed on watch for 2 nights. On the morning of the 3rd day, there arrived an officer who took photographs and attempted to descend. He did not get very far, though. The next day, he was gone, discharged, flown home immediately, and never heard from again. Those photographs never turned up in any archive. The other memory is from the night Admiral Byrd came into the communications tent, his face pale, his hands trembling. He refused to log the flight path he had just completed. "You were there," Byrd told Johnson quietly. "You know what we saw. Never forget it." And then the Admiral walked out, leaving those words hanging in the cold air. When asked if he believed that what they had found was extraterrestrial, Johnson hesitated before mumbling, "I don't know," as if hoping that somehow made it less real. "It could have been something ancient. Maybe we didn't build it. Maybe we just found it. But it wasn't natural, and it wasn't ours." Before his death, Robert Johnson left the world with one warning. What we don't know about Antarctica is far greater than what we do. Do you think the truth has finally been told, or is there more buried beneath the ice? Like, share,
There's a hole in Antarctica that every nation on Earth has signed a pact to keep it hidden. A secret so forbidden that World War III won't start until one breaks this silent oath. What lies beneath doesn't just steal minds, it rewrites reality. December 2015. Investigative journalist Linda Moulton Howie's inbox blinks. An email from Brian, a U.S. Navy flight engineer with an Antarctic service medal, detonates. They told us it was an air sampling station. They lied.
During an emergency medevac crisis, to speed up their trip, the crew flew across that no-fly zone and apparently saw what they were not supposed to see.
But there's more. 15 scientists vanished for 2 weeks, return hollow, trembling, gear quarantine, their faces like they'd seen God or the devil.
It was something I had never seen before, and something had scared those people to the point that they were almost scared of, frightened to the point of not moving.
Their sheer terror was palpable, an unspoken understanding that what they witnessed defied explanation. Men in suits replace NDAs with threats. You did not see what you saw. You will not talk about this.
And he said, "Okay, gentlemen, what you saw, you did not see. You were not over that area, and you will not ever talk about this again."
This isn't science fiction, it's testimony. Remember Buzz Aldrin's 2016 tweet, "We are all in danger. It is evil itself." It was dismissed as fatigue. Now, proof. The Antarctic ice sheets hold secrets older than human civilization, but sometimes they bleed through the cracks of routine. Brian's description of pre-flight rituals reads like clockwork. Pre-dawn wake-ups, logbook checks, fuel calculations. But Antarctica doesn't respect routine. C-130 crews are the lifeline of Antarctic operations. Their days revolve around cargo drops, medevacs, and resupply runs. Mundane, predictable, until they're not. A sudden medevac reroute forces the crew to violate a no-fly zone near the South Pole, a decision that will unravel everything they thought they knew about this frozen continent. We got a change of mission. 3 words. Change of mission. That pivots this story from logistics to lore. What begins as a standard medevac morphs into a violation of orders. Why? Because beneath the ice lies a structure the size of a football field.
Unfold everything that happened.
Our mission was just a science resupply somewhere out on the western side of the continent. So it was just a short flight, probably an hour and a half, hour, 45 minutes to that science party that had been put out prior. We got a change of mission when we had gone up to operations, and they were told that our crew was going to take one of our model aircraft, and we were going to fuel it up, max out the gas, and fly to South Pole. And then from there, we were going to top off the fuel and then fly to Davis for a medevac that some person had become injured and needed to be taken off the continent immediately.
And what happened?
So we got airborne, and everybody knew there was an air sampling station that way because we were briefed every time prior to our deployment that this was the no-fly zone because it was labeled as a air sampling station and that we weren't to fly over it. So as a crew, we decided that we would take that direct route to Davis instead of deviating 20 miles around that air sampling, which is approximately what they required us to do if we were to have to go in that direction. So we were taking off, we were climbing, and about 5 to 10 miles out, somebody decided to look out the window instead of looking at their instruments and the radar the navigator does. And somebody said, "Hey, there's this big dark spot out here." And so we ended up flying not directly over it, but somewhat offset so that we could look out the left side of the aircraft. And it was down at about a 45-degree angle, and there was this large opening in the ice where this air sampling station was supposed to be.
How big do you estimate it was, and did it look like it was somewhat structured?
I estimated that you could have at least flown one of our aircraft into it. So the wingspan of our aircraft is 135, 138 feet wide. So it would have had to have been large enough to accommodate that wingspan, but it was probably more of the size of a football field.
C-130 engines hum with routine until they don't. The crew's decision to cut across the no-fly zone near the South Pole wasn't recklessness, it was necessity. A medevac hanging in the balance. But Antarctica trades in secrets, not mercy. At 20,000 feet, the anomaly glared back. A jagged maw in the ice, artificially geometric. Football field size. Ramped. Engineered. This wasn't an air sampling station. Tracks led to it. Human tracks. Snowcats. Supply routes. But here's the kicker. When debriefed, the crew wasn't handed NDAs. They were stalked by omission. A man in green fatigues materialized, his warnings ablaze. You did not see the ice hole. What would you do if you saw something that shattered everything you'd been told? If the official story didn't match what was right in front of your eyes? In Antarctica, the truth gets buried, sometimes under a mile of ice, sometimes under a mountain of headlines. And that's not just a problem at the bottom of the world. When I first heard Brian's story, I wondered, could anything like this happen for real? So I started digging. That's when I found something eerily familiar. Just recently, scientists at the remote Sine 4 base sent out a desperate plea for help, reporting violence and threats after months of isolation. But here's what's wild. Depending on where you look, the story changes. Just look at these headlines. One headline from a source that leans more right-focused on the threats and security risks, almost sensational in its tone. Another from a center-leaning outlet emphasized the psychological toll of isolation and the human side of the story. And a third barely mentioned the incident at all, almost as if it wasn't newsworthy. With ground news, you can instantly compare how dozens of sources cover the same event. News helps me keep track of things from all angles at all. Where secrets can be hidden in plain sight or erased with a single headline, sometimes the only way to know what's real is to see the whole picture. And what Brian's crew uncovered next? It makes a hole the size of a football field seem almost ordinary. Because after that flight, it wasn't just the ice that held secrets. It was the people. Scientists who vanished, faces that returned hollow, and a cover-up that went far deeper than anyone expected.
We landed in McMurdo. They had an ambulance waiting for us for the patient. We shut down engines. They offloaded him onto another aircraft. Another crew had been waiting to take him back to Christchurch, New Zealand. So they offloaded him. Then we put the airplane to bed. My job as the engineer was to post-flight the aircraft and make sure that it was okay to fly, or if anything was wrong with it, I had to write up the discrepancies and give it to our managed control people so that they could fix the aircraft for the next mission for the next crew. So we went back up, everybody got in the van and drove back up to McMurdo, got out, and we had to go back into operations, or the Puzzle Palace as we call it. And we were told that the crew had to wait here instead of doing the normal debrief with our operations guy and then going back to get something to eat and do whatever, and then start going into crew rest for our next mission. So we were told to wait in the conference room. So we all went in the conference room, and about 5-10 minutes later, this gentleman walked in that nobody knew, wasn't part of the squadron, but he was dressed in the regular green fatigues that everybody wore down there when they weren't on flight status. He's kind of looking at all of us, and he says, "Okay, so you guys went through the no-fly zone north of Pole and violated that airspace restriction." And our aircraft commander says, "Yeah, we did. We thought it was prudent that we not waste any time and shave some time off our flight time to get to the medevac that was at Davis. We were told it was important and not to waste any time. So we made the decision to fly over that air sampling station." The gentleman basically kind of looked around at all of us sitting at the table and looked at each one of us, and he said, "Okay, gentlemen, what you saw, you did not see. You were not over that area, and you will not ever talk about this again." Okay, and that's all he said. There was no repercussions or any threat like, okay, and if you do talk about it, this or this is going to happen. Okay, and we all sat there kind of dumbfounded. It's like, okay, all right. So what did we see? So none of us thought anything of it other than this big hole in the ground. Okay,
in the ice.
In the ice, exactly. So it was like, so why is this guy making a big deal about it now and saying that we can't talk about it and we didn't see it?
Debriefings in Antarctica are routine, until they become rituals of erasure. Brian's crew returns from the medevac mission, adrenaline still crackling from the ice hole sighting. But Antarctica trades in secrets, not closure. You did not see the ice hole. 7 words that transform a debriefing into a crime scene. No paperwork, no NDAs, just a verbal scalpel excising reality. The absence of NDAs is its own smoking gun. Coercion thrives in shadows. Ask yourself, why verbal threats over legal contracts? Because some truths are too volatile for paper. When the crew later hears scientists whisper about visitors at South Pole's bar, the puzzle snaps into focus. Non-human visitors. Silent agreements. A continent playing host. What the crew learns next will make the ice hole feel trivial. Scientists who vanish for 2 weeks and return fundamentally altered.
Now, can you unfold what may be a link exactly to that hole with the strange story of the disappearing scientists, the National Science Foundation scientists?
Well, the standard operating procedure, and all the science parties know, I mean, it's part of their training.
Okay, so wait a second. People disappeared, and nobody's going to, I don't know, require the government to disclose what happened to these people? Do these people not have family?
In their survival training is that every day they have to check in on radio, and they would call in at a certain time every day and give a status report or a situation report. And they were supposed to do that. That was mandatory. If McMurdo had not heard from them in 2 days, then we were supposed to try and initiate contact. So we had to go back out. Since we were the crew that had put them in originally, we knew the area, we knew where the crevasse fields were, so that we wouldn't end up landing in a crevasse field and ending up losing the airplane. So we were the ones designated to go back out. So we flew around the camp, did a circle a couple times, but there was no movement. There was no people moving around in the camp. Usually when a C-130 flies over, you can't miss that sound, and the people come out to see, hey, our mail's here, or our milk's here, or something like that. But there wasn't anybody to be seen. So we ended up and made the approach into the skiway there and landed, taxied up to the camp, and we didn't know how long we were going to be there, so we shut our engines down. And some of us got out and tried to find some of the science party that was there. We couldn't find anybody. We were told, okay, you guys, you need to go back out to that science camp and pick up those people, because they finally called in and said they wanted to be picked up. They didn't even wait for the cargo to be loaded, because normally the cargo gets loaded first and then we bring the passengers on. They all, approximately 15 of them, just basically moved as quick as they could onto the aircraft and sat down in the seats.
And at that point, Brian, you and the crew were so baffled because not one of those scientists that had been missing would talk to any of you, right?
Right. Yeah, that's what I was going to talk about. None of them would say a single word to us. I mean, my loadmaster on the way back, I went back up to my seat and got strapped in, and my loadmaster continued to try and find out, talking to different people, trying to find out what went on, and none of them would say anything. But they all had that frightened look on their face.
What do you think was happening to them at that point?
I think they were in some kind of shock. Maybe like a post-traumatic stress syndrome or something like that, PTSD. I mean, it was something I had never seen before. And something had scared those people to the point that they were, almost scared of, frightened to the point of not moving.
Brian's crew arrives at the Mary Bird land camp to find tents erect, snowmobiles parked, coffee cups half full, but no scientists, just wind howling through empty Quonset huts. When the crew finally retrieves the scientists, their faces tell the story. Wide eyes, trembling hands, lips sealed tighter than a cryogenic vault. These weren't men. They were husks. The scientist's gear was quarantined, not incinerated, studied. Ask yourself, why preserve equipment but silence witnesses? Because some contagions aren't viral, they're mimetic. Years later, rumors surfaced that the quarantine gear was shipped to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, home to America's most infamous foreign material lab. Coincidence or confession? What the crew learns next chills deeper than Antarctic ice. A debriefing with men in suits who speak in threats, not orders.
Explain what happened to the scientists and the gear. It's separate tracks.
Right. The Air New Zealand Army was in charge of the cargo movement on the ice. So they took it over up into McMurdo, and it was put in a separate building all by itself, and it was quarantined. No one was allowed to go in there, and it was to stay there until it was put on another airplane back to Christchurch, New Zealand.
This is all the gear that was there at Marie Byrd Land with the time of the scientists going missing.
Right. All of their stuff that we brought back on for that camp was quarantined in a building. Now, in this building, there wasn't anything else. It wasn't shared with anything. It was an empty, basically Quonset hut type storage building, and it was the only thing in there. It was locked. Nobody was allowed to go in there. We were told, don't go near that stuff. And we said, why? And it's like, we were just told it's quarantined. Don't go near it.
Didn't you have some more people in suits show up to talk with you guys? And you also had more discussions with people in rumors about this.
We were debriefed again. So we were taken in the same room in the operations building, and we were sat down, and this time 2 guys showed up. they were not dressed in fatigues. They were dressed in what I would consider like a suit type apparel. The only thing that was different was that they didn't have the regular suit type shoes but they were wearing some type of cold weather boot on. And so we were told the same thing. Okay, you guys are not going to say anything about this incident, that you didn't find that those scientists at Marie Birdland when you went to pick them up, and that nothing was going to be said about it. Okay. Again, we weren't asked to sign anything like the first time, and so
debriefings in Antarctica follow a script until the scriptwriter is inhuman. Brian's crew returns from Marie Birdland, their nerves still raw from retrieving the silent, hollow-eyed scientists. But in this theater of ice, the final act belongs to men who don't wear uniforms. They wear power. You are not to talk about this incident. No paperwork, no raised voices, just a blade of implication. We've already erased it. The absence of NDAs isn't oversight, it's arrogance. Verbal threats leave no trail. Ask yourself, who silences witnesses without paperwork? Entities above governments. Entities that own patents on reality. Years later, Buzz Aldrin would tweet, "We are all in danger. It is evil itself," after a South Pole evacuation. Coincidence? Or a breadcrumb for those connecting dots across decades? What comes next makes the suits look quaint. A final flight over the transantarctic mountains, where silver discs perform maneuvers no human pilot could. Coincidence? Or a breadcrumb for those connecting dots across decades? What comes next makes the suits look quaint. A final flight over the transantarctic mountains, where silver discs perform maneuvers no human pilot could survive.
And so we get to 95 to 96, and you all are doing some of these runs, and talk about what happened over the transantarctic mountain.
One of the trips that we're going from McMurdo to Pole was just a regular, what we called a milk run, and we were taking people and cargo up there. And so normal route was to take off from McMurdo, fly over Minna Bluff, which is one of the landmarks that we knew we were on course, and then fly to the east side of the Transantarctic Mountains, which happened to be actually almost over the entire length of the Beardmore Glacier, because the Beardmore Glacier runs alongside the Transantarctic mountain range. We were coming up past the Transantarctics. We were just east of that mountain range, and we're probably around 25,000 feet or so altitude. And one of the loadmasters in the back, he was looking out the window, and he's like looking down the Transantarctics, and seeing what he could see, and he saw some glimpses of light, reflections of something. And he called me and said, "Hey, Ange, come back here and look at this." So I got on my seat and went back there and looking out the window, and I said, "What are you looking at?" And he says, "Look at that down there." And he says, "See those little flashes?" And I started looking around. "No, I don't see anything." He says, "Oh, no, over here. Go over to the left a little bit. See on the top by the mountain peaks?" And I'm looking. I says, "Oh yeah, I see them now." And I told him, he says, "What do you think those are?" And he says, "I don't know." And all of a sudden, there was a group of maybe 4 or 5 of these glints, and they were right over the top of the Transantarctics, and you could see them reflecting the light. And I got to look at them a little bit closer and a little bit closer, and they started becoming bigger, which to me was an indication that they were climbing in altitude, but they still stayed over the Transantarctics. And I'm looking at them, and it's like, that looks like discs, and I kind of jokingly said, flying saucers. And he looked at me and he kind of smiled and he goes, "Well, that's what I thought too, but I wasn't going to say anything because I thought maybe you think I was nuts or something." I says, "No, that's what it looks like." And then the formation of the discs, the lead one, the one in the front, would make a dash toward this other mountain peak. And then the other ones would all follow, and they would all stop next to the lead disc. And then they would dart off in another direction. One would go, and then the other ones would follow. And then, surprisingly enough, one of them took off that was in the back of the group, wasn't the leader. He took off in one direction, and 2 of the discs went with him, and the others went the opposite direction over the entire time over the Transantarctics. And it was kind of unusual because at no time did they ever approach our aircraft or did they ever venture over the Beardmore Glacier. that duration for that sighting, which is the first one, I would say was probably about 10 minutes. They were kind of pacing us, going with us, but they were staying over the Transantarctics. And then we got to the end of the Transantarctic mountain range, and we were over the polar plateau, and they stayed over the Transantarctics, and we continued on to South Pole Station to do our mission.
C-130 engines thunder with routine until the ice below whispers secrets in a language of light. Brian's crew banks over the Transantarctic Mountains, a jagged spine dividing east from West Antarctica. Below, the Birdmore Glacier sprawls, a frozen river wider than cities. Above, silver disks, no radar blips, no radio warnings, just impossible physics. Flight paths here are memorized like hymns. Minna Bluff to South Pole, 3 hours 10 minutes. Fuel calculations precise to the gallon. The disks didn't obey. They dance, banking at 90-degree angles, halting mid-air, mirroring the C-130's path, then rewriting it.
Look at that down there. Well, no, over here. Go over to the left a little bit. See on the top of by the mountain peaks, and I'm looking, it says, oh yeah, I see them now.
Not machines, predators. 5 silver orbs pivot in unison. A choreography no human pilot could survive. G-forces that would liquefy lungs. The discs never crossed the Beardmore. A silent treaty or geofence truth? Ask yourself, why guard empty ice? Because some borders aren't on maps. Years later, declassified NORAD logs reveal thermal blooms under these peaks, pulses matching the disk's 1985 appearance. Coincidence or check-ins? They weren't surveying, they were herding. What comes next defies flight logs. The disks dance over the Transantarctics? A countdown. Thermal blooms pulse beneath glaciers, ice cores humming with ancient protocols. Why herd a C-130? Because some paths aren't navigational. They're sacramental.
Contact actually started on Friday, so we were doing this talk at the restaurant and Thursday night, which was contact hadn't started yet. So I came home on Sunday and went to work on Monday, and I'm sitting at my desk and
you're in a aerospace related company where you do not normally get any outside public phone calls, and that you have to have a clearance to work there.
Right, exactly. And a phone call came in to me about 10 o'clock in the morning on my personal cell phone. And I didn't recognize the number, but I thought maybe it was my nephew or somebody that was calling me. So I answered the phone, and I said, "Hello," and the voice on the other end, which it was a male voice, said, "Is this Brian?" I says, "Yeah, this is Brian. Who am I talking to?" He says, "Well, there's some people that are kind of upset that you've been talking about certain things, and they would rather you not discuss any of that stuff that you were talking about." I says, "I don't understand. Well, what are you talking about?" "Well, we know that you and your nephew and Linda Moulton Howe were having a dinner on Thursday, this last Thursday at during the contact in the desert conference, and that you were out in the parking lot until about 12:30 talking." I says, "Well, there was not anybody else around. How did you know that occurred?" And the voice on the other end said, "Well, what we do is what we do, and we pretty much know everything that goes on." I said, "Really?" "Yeah." And they said, "The people that I'm associated with really don't want you talking anymore about the missing scientists that you had encountered years back." I said, "Well, how do you know about that?" And the guy said, same thing. He says, "We pretty much know everything." I said, "Okay." And he said, "So stop talking." So I'm looking at my cell phone, and the number comes up, and I'm looking at the phone number, and I'm going, I don't recognize this phone number. So I was at my computer, and I quickly went in, and Googled the search for that phone number, and it came back as the general phone number of the NSA in Fort Meade, Maryland. I went, Oh, really? This is kind of scary. Somebody is surveilling me, and they know what went on at a private conversation that we had last Thursday. So I called my nephew and told him what happened, and then obviously he called you and told you that what had happened, and then I finally got a hold of you and told you what had happened.
Right. And I asked you, I said, is this a problem? Are you worried about a repercussion? And I'll never forget when you said, I'm never going to back off from talking with you or being able to talk about the missing scientists, the hole in the ice, the silver discs, what appears to be definitely be an alien presence in Antarctica. They never had me sign a non-disclosure agreement.
Right. That's exactly what I said. But you also asked me, you asked me, why do you think that they called you? And I says, well, I kind of have a gut feeling, Linda, that they were trying to send a message to you through me, because you really dig into everything. I mean, you get right down into the nitty gritty of the information. And I think in some way that they were trying to send a message to you, to leave the subject alone.
Antarctica doesn't forget. It archives. Brian's phone rings with the chill of a glacier calving. A voice slices through static. Stop talking. No demands. No warrants. The NSA's ghost call isn't a threat. It's a receipt. A receipt for truths too volatile for servers, too alive for paper. Ask yourself, why flex power over a retired engineer? Because some silences are ecosystems. The discs still dance over the Transantarctics. The ice hole still breathes. The scientist's gear still whispers in Wright-Patterson's vaults. And Brian? He's a living fossil in a war older than ice cores. A war where victory isn't secrecy, but erasure. Antarctica's greatest secret isn't buried. It's broadcast in thermal blooms under midnight suns, in hushed bars at Pole Station, in the static between classified and unknown. The crew's sin wasn't seeing, it was surviving. C-130s still ferry cargo across the Beardmore. Medivacs still bleed through radios. But now, when crews bank over Minna Bluff, they check their six. For silver. For light. For the glacial certainty that some borders aren't on maps. They're alive.
That's weird. Weird's weird.
My name is Michael Dalton, and I'm the grandson of Commander Frank Dalton, the man who led Phoenix Flight into Antarctic fog and came back with 2 hours missing from his life. I'm recording this from a motel outside Norfolk because yesterday I opened my grandfather's safety deposit box and found something that will get me killed. Inside were photographs that shouldn't exist, radio frequencies marked
In the autumn of 1867, deep in the coal mining regions of western Pennsylvania, a discovery was made that would challenge everything medical science thought it knew about the human mind. Dr. Edmund Blackthorne, a respected physician who had treated wounded soldiers during the Civil War, encountered a case so extraordinary that he spent the next 3 years documenting every detail in journals that would later be sealed away for over a century. The subject was Timothy Caldwell, an 8-year-old boy whose abilities defied every principle of medicine known to the era. What made Timothy unique wasn't his appearance. He looked like any other child of his generation, with sandy brown hair and bright green eyes that seemed far too knowing for his age. It wasn't his background either. Born to a poor farming family in the hills outside Pittsburgh, Timothy had experienced the same hardships as countless other children of the post-war period. What made Timothy Caldwell extraordinary was what happened inside his mind when he touched another person's skin. Before we dive deeper into this incredible story that will challenge everything you think you know about human consciousness, I need to ask you something important. This channel is dedicated to
There is stuff in here I need to show you. Right in here.
This is the heart of the Luftwaffe operation bunker.
Buried beneath an unmarked forest trail near the German-Czech border was a bunker no one was supposed to find. No survivors, no bomb craters. Inside, crystallized nerve agents, blackboards covered in brainwave collapse equations, and a red folder labeled Nebelkern.
And it's an extraordinary program because all those involved knew what was going on. It's not as if they were blinded. They accept that euthanasia is a legitimate policy.
But the real shock came deeper. Photographs of human test subjects slumped in fog chambers, tagged only as S-14. And when you hear what Phase 3, no response, really meant, you'll understand why this story was never meant to surface.
To making troops do things that they couldn't normally do. It was almost like a chemical unlocking of superhuman ability.
What was this place? They called it V49 Sud. That was the only thing ever logged. No staff rosters, no design blueprints, no operation manuals, just a name, buried in dusty wartime archives. But when researchers began comparing maps from the 1940s with newly declassified aerial photos, it became clear this wasn't an isolated bunker. It was one node in a wider network of underground facilities built during the later stages of World War II. And based on scattered notes from Blizna and Peenemünde, some historians think this one might have been part of Nazi Germany's chemical weapons black program. We're talking about Tabun, sarin, the same nerve agents that Nazi scientists weaponized before anyone else in the modern world. Tabun was first synthesized by German chemist Gerhard Schroeder in 1936, and by 1942, Hitler's scientists had already begun producing it in deadly quantities at a facility called Die Herrenfurth, now in modern-day Poland. But after that site was taken out, the question was, where'd the rest of it go? V49 Sud might be the answer. The Allies never touched this place. In fact, intelligence documents from 1944 marked the region non-strategic. Translation: no bombs, no recon, no eyes, which makes it a sealed chamber frozen in time. But here's the wild part. In a debriefing from a 1963 East German defector, there's one sentence that stands out. A mountain cell where the mist burns skin. People thought it was Cold War paranoia, until that exact phrase showed up in a handwritten field notebook recovered decades later at the site. That cracked everything wide open. Turns out, there were whispers of something called Project Nebel, Project Fog, a dispersion-based neutralization strategy using airborne destabilizers. Vague? Definitely. Harmless? Not even close. Some believe this wasn't about choking gas or lethal vapor. This was something more subtle, more controlled. A fog designed to disorient, confuse, break people down from the inside out. And the structure? Weirdly advanced. LiDAR scans showed a 60 by 35 meter bunker with steel-reinforced concrete, lead lining, and zinc panels. That's not basic defense. That's shielding, either to protect the outside world from what's inside, or the other way around.
From the radars here, there's not one radar, there are 6 big radars here, yes. And this is the heart of the technology.
Several architectural elements matched with Nazi blueprints recovered from Blizna and Peenemünde, both of which were key research hubs for the V2 rocket program and the Wunderwaffe initiatives. But V49 Sud didn't have launch pads or missile silos. Instead, it had laboratories, sealed rooms, drainage channels, and most disturbingly, a sub-basement with a medical wing. So why seal it? And more importantly, what were they hiding? For nearly 80 years, no one could open that door. Until 2022. That's when a joint team of scientists, military historians, and archaeologists got clearance. And what they found behind the steel, that's where things went from secret to terrifying. Opening the lab. The door wasn't normal. No handle, no hinges. Just a slab of rusted steel buried under moss and mud, sealed tighter than a vault. But ground scans didn't lie. There were rooms behind it, at least 5, maybe more, and after nearly 80 years of silence, the team was ready to open it. Summer 2022. Czech heritage officials gave the green light. Military-grade plasma cutters, hydraulic jacks, and magnetic sensors were brought in. Even then, it took hours. This wasn't a lock, it was a pressure-sealed system. Some said vacuum-preserved. Others? They weren't so sure. They thought it might have been meant to keep something in. They didn't walk in, not at first. They dropped in a drone. Canary model. Small, light, fitted with gas sensors and thermal cams. What it found? Straight up eerie. The air was thick with nitrogen. Heavy, suffocating, total oxygen deprivation. But worse, traces of chlorinated hydrocarbons, phosphorus compounds.
What?
These weren't just old chemicals. These were byproducts of nerve agent synthesis. They had to move fast. Before opening it changed the balance and broke everything inside. Once ventilated, the team stepped in. And what they found? Straight out of a nightmare. Rows of metal tables frozen in time. Flasks still upright. Pipettes crusted with old residue. Glass tanks, some shattered, others sealed tight. Rubber stoppers so thick they cracked under tension. Drawers lined with vials. Labels scribbled in German shorthand. Some marked gift gas, poison gas, some with the skull and crossbones, and others, they had something worse, the Black Sun. That symbol didn't belong in a lab. It belonged to a darker corner of the SS, an occult one, a place where science bled into something else entirely. Then came the wall of filing cabinets.
The view. There was a little wood cabin here that the stones are the remaining foundation of that cabin, and he used that as a writer's retreat to finish his book, Mein Kampf.
All intact, locked, each labeled with cold clinical tags. Versuch A1 to A99, Test A1 to A99, Körperreaktionen, body reactions, and Übertragung, transmission. But one stood out, red folder, single word, Nebelkern, no official record, no translation. Best guess? Fog core. Sounds like a comic book weapon until they opened it. Inside were diagrams, charts, schematics. One showed vibration generators wired into aerosol vents. Another looked like a prototype of a sonic transducer, the same kind used decades later in modern crowd control systems. This wasn't poison gas. This was something new, something meant to attack the brain, not the lungs. And just when they thought it couldn't get darker, they turned to the chalkboard. Still standing, still covered in equations. Some were basic chemistry, but others, frequencies, overlapping sound waves. One phrase was written out, underlined 3 times. Neurologischer Zusammenbruch durch Schallfeldüberlagerung, or neurological collapse through sound field overlap. This wasn't just chemical warfare. This was psychological warfare, sensory warfare, reality distortion. And tucked behind a false wall, a wooden crate stamped F-66, Return to Wewelsburg. That's the SS's occult stronghold, the castle where Himmler held ceremonies and ran unsanctioned experiments. So now, it wasn't just a lab, it was a ritual site with hardware. One of the military historians on site didn't hesitate. He looked around and said, "This wasn't built to defend anything. It was built to test how far they could go." What they found inside. Once they had full access, the deeper they moved into V49 Sud, the more twisted it got. In one corner sat a row of sealed metal containers, not standard storage. These were lead-lined, some locked in thick milky glass and held shut with corroded clamps. Labels were faded but not gone. Chlorverbindungen, organophosphate B, Säureinjektor, chlorine compounds. Organophosphate B, an early nerve agent, acid injector. But one container stood out. It was marked with a new term, Stoff N42A, Nebelkern stabilizer. That word again, Nebelkern. But now it had a modifier, stabilizer. Whatever this core was, it needed to be contained. Inside the casing, a crystal sphere, floating in thick amber gel, no bigger than a tennis ball. Its cloudy center flickered under UV light, like it was pulsing. Nobody on the team could explain it, and yet something about it felt familiar. Back in 1945, during the Allied sweep of the Harz Mountains, there was a classified report, a crystal anomaly found near Nordhausen. Never confirmed. The report was buried in British archives and only resurfaced after declassification in 2012. That sample? Lost. But this one was real, intact, and sealed. And then they found the machine, a strange hybrid of a centrifuge and an acoustic modulator, covered in dust and wires. It was jacked into a wall panel labeled with 3 dials: amplitude, frequenz, and Nabeldruck. Several observers immediately speculated this was the core dispersal unit of Project Nebel, the machine designed to activate and control whatever fog weapon the lab had been working on. In a side room, the team found a large chalkboard with arcane-looking formulas and German inscriptions referencing Trägerschwingungen, carrier oscillations, and Transdermal Aufnahme über Frequenznebel, transdermal absorption via frequency fog. The implication? This wasn't just chemistry. This was frequency-based chemical delivery, meaning the agents could have been activated or targeted using sound waves. Perhaps the most haunting discovery was a series of photographic slides and negatives stored in airtight cases. When developed, they revealed black and white images of humanoid figures, some sitting, some strapped to chairs, others behind glass, undergoing unknown procedures. Their faces were obscured, their limbs sometimes blurred in motion, but the fear in their posture was unmistakable. The slides were labeled with codes, not names. One recurring subject appeared in over a dozen frames. Same tag, S14. In one slide, he's slumped forward, mouth open, mist clouding the chamber, and scribbled on the border of the photo: Phase 3, no response, breathing shallow. None of this was theoretical anymore, because in the next section of the lab, the team found the part no one wanted to believe was real. Were human experiments conducted? The answer hit harder than anyone expected. Yes. Deeper in the bunker, past the tanks and the test benches, the team reached a section they thought were just holding cells. But inside, cold light rigs overhead, rusted drains carved into the floor, steel tables fitted with leather straps, and tucked into the corners, old biometric gear, primitive but familiar, tubes for blood collection, a stuttering heart rate recorder, something that looked like an EEG, just older, rougher. One room was completely lined with lead panels. Not paint, full metal sheets, bolted edge to edge. Radiation shielding? Maybe. But there were no signs of isotopes anywhere. That left another possibility. Shielding from sound or frequencies, either to keep something from leaking out or to trap something in. Then they found the logs. Behind a false wall, jammed in a rusted cabinet, was a stack of handwritten records, test entries, dozens of them, labeled and dated from June 1943 to October 1944. Each page followed the same formula: subject number, chemical compound used, modifiers applied, fog, sound, temperature, and final result. These weren't experiments. These were executions, logged like routine maintenance. And here's what chilled the room. Some subjects were listed as Freiwillige, volunteers, but others, Zugänge von Lager 13, transfers from Camp 13. That name wasn't in any official Nazi camp registry, but historians in the room recognized it instantly. Camp 13 had long been whispered about, an unofficial black site near Dachau, used for operations too dark even for SS records. No confirmed proof, no photos, just scraps of testimony, until now. And then came Behrens. Buried beneath loose floorboards, the team found a small red notebook, leather cover. Inside, notes in frantic German shorthand. No formal signature, just a name on the first page, Dr. K. Behrens, and his handwriting told the story. One entry stood out: S14 has not slept in 3 days. The mist does not leave the lungs. We adjusted the frequency. He begged to stop. I told them to record the vocal tremors. That line broke the room. Who was this man? Who gave him power? No official record exists. But the notebook entries suggest he wasn't just a lab tech. He may have been the architect of the entire Nebelkern theory. So why did he vanish? Theories abound. Some say Behrens was executed during the Reich's collapse to prevent leaks. Others believe he was absorbed into post-war operations like Paperclip or Alsos, where former Nazi scientists were secretly recruited by the US and Soviet programs. One unverified claim from a 1952 CIA memo lists a Dr. Carl B. working on early brainwave monitoring devices in New Mexico. Whether or not this was the same man, the implications are disturbing. At the far end of the corridor, the team reached one final room. 2 steel chairs bolted to the floor, facing each other, an intercom panel in between, walls covered in acoustic foam. Some think it was an interrogation chamber. Others believe it was for testing communication breakdown under sound interference. No matter the purpose, whatever happened in that room left a stain nobody could scrub clean. To this day, the identities of the victims are unknown, but fingerprint samples and DNA swabs have been handed off to international human rights organizations. Silent evidence, waiting for justice. And just when you think this can't get any worse, why this lab changes what we knew. Before this
Doesn't mean
bunker
that they were
opened, the
going-
narrative was clean. Nazi science was brutal but primitive. Rockets, chemicals, grotesque medical trials, the stuff everyone knows. But what was uncovered in V49 Sud tore that script to shreds. Because here's the deal. None of what they found inside followed known Reich protocol. The tech, decades ahead. Some of the devices used modular frequency controls. Others had dispersal rigs that mirrored vibration-based chemical delivery, something modern defense labs only started talking about in the 70s.
About the destruction of Richter's lab, it's been blown up deliberately.
One machine had electromagnetic shielding that looked eerily like Cold War deterrent systems, except it was built 30 years earlier. Let's talk specifics. That Nebelkern schematic? Engineers from 3 different research institutes took a look. Their verdict? The dispersal method was nearly identical to modern piezoelectric aerosolizers, like the kind used in hospitals for nebulizing medicine. Except this one wasn't built to heal. It was built to disable, or worse. And here's where it turns sideways. Some recovered notes didn't use Reich-era metric units. They used measurement systems not recognized in any German military handbook. That kicked off a firestorm of speculation. Because if those units weren't German, the question is, where did they come from? One declassified memo, pulled from a dusty East German archive, referenced Technologies zu uns gekommen über Umwege, nicht Slawisch, nicht Arisch, nicht Russisch. That one sentence flipped everything. Was that coded language? Was it pointing to recovered tech from foreign sources, or was it referring to secret alliances? Because the next theory is even more unnerving. Some believe V49 Sud had ties to Unit 731, Imperial Japan's biological warfare division.
There's no fucking way. 'Cause if they're connected, then that just means it might have just been moved. It didn't stop, it just moved.
Projects obsessed over fog, dispersal, and non-visible control mechanisms. They didn't care about unaliving outright. They wanted to override the human body. And one note inside V49 Sud, scribbled kanji next to a chemical compound? Coincidence? Maybe. But after everything else, hard to ignore. Still, let's say none of that is true. Let's strip away the theories. What's left? A lab that wasn't built to mass produce. There were no bunkers for ammunition, no troop barracks, no evacuation plans. It was a place built to ask questions no one should have been asking. What happens to the human body when exposed to infrasound for 5 straight hours? Can a chemical compound be absorbed faster if introduced alongside acoustic vibration? How does fear manifest in brainwave patterns when fog interferes with oxygen absorption? The answers weren't theoretical. They were measured, logged, graphed. In one notebook recovered from the lead-lined chamber, the following entry was found. Fog pressure level 3, subject recovered from the lead-lined chamber. The following entry was found. Fog pressure level 3, subject lost speech, minimal eye response. After 15 minutes, 0 brain activity. That single entry, casually handwritten in red ink, implied the lab had successfully developed a weapon that could shut down the brain in minutes, without leaving any physical trace.
Have you brought with you some of those devices which would have enabled the CIA to use this poison for, we have indeed, for killing people?
If true, it means V49 Sud may have developed the blueprint for a non-lethal neurological weapon 70 years before it ever appeared in public defense journals. So why haven't we heard about this? Because, according to leaked NATO internal correspondence, the facility was flagged as extreme sensitivity level 4. It wasn't that the discovery was too obscure, it was that what was found could challenge everything we think we know about Nazi science, Cold War research, and even modern defense strategy.
There are forms of biological warfare that go beyond weapons as we think of them.
One of the most hotly debated finds was a circular metal plate recovered from the deepest section of the lab. It had dozens of small holes drilled in a pattern resembling a Fibonacci spiral, a sequence often linked to natural order, but also observed in various acoustic resonance experiments. The object bore a cryptic label, Oscillator N Project. Engineers determined it was likely part of a frequency modulation system, possibly tied to the same neurological collapse mentioned on the blackboard earlier. Several independent labs are now testing replicas of the oscillator in soundproof chambers. Early results show that it can generate harmonic feedback loops at subaudible frequencies. In theory, it could cause nausea, disorientation, and cognitive breakdown in human subjects, even at low power. That's not science fiction. That's scientifically replicable, which brings us to the real horror. If Nazi Germany was this close to inventing frequency-based control weapons in the 1940s, how far have modern militaries gone since? It's no secret that DARPA has experimented with acoustic crowd control, infrasound disruption, and neurological mapping using non-invasive tech. But none of those programs, at least publicly, have ever claimed to erase brain activity in 15 minutes. And yet, this obscure lab from 1944 might have done just that. So what was really going on behind that sealed door? Was it science, sorcery, or something even darker? Could this change what we thought we knew about World War II? And why is no one talking about the other sites just like it? Hit that subscribe button if you want more stories they don't want you to hear, and drop your theories.
So, oh dude, I'm confused.
That was awful. I was totally terrified now. And there are leaves of different realities all around me. And I could look into the future. And the present is right here in each of those. And it goes on out to many years from now. It goes to infinity upwards. And this tremendous amount of power right through this.
The man who broke reality and returned to tell us what waits on the other side, his name was Dr. John C. Lilly, a scientist who once held the respect of the medical establishment before stepping into territory no one dared to touch.
In the province of mind, what one believes to be true either is true or becomes true within certain limits. These limits are to be found experimentally and experientially. When so found, these limits turn out to be further beliefs to be transcended.
He claimed the mind wasn't just thought or imagination, but a place, an endless landscape of heavens and hells, of beings that whispered in patterns too precise to be chance. He spoke of seeing every reality stretched out before him, as if the universe itself was a library he could wander through. To most, his words sounded like madness, but Lilly never wavered. He insisted he had gone beyond the edges of reality itself, and what he brought back was not fantasy, but warning.
You've probably devoted your whole life, and certainly many decades recently, to pushing to see, what really were the limits.
Right.
Going into new realities, taking on the belief systems of those realities, and then coming back to your basic working reality and challenging those beliefs, integrating those beliefs
right.
with your own. In your writings, you've explored almost every state of consciousness I could imagine. You've established probably a more significant mapping of inner space than almost any other modern person, and I think we all owe a great debt to you for that.
I don't get stuck with those. I've abandoned all of them. It's impossible. Because they're infinities within the mind.
Dr. John C. Lilly was never a man who stayed inside the lines. A neuroscientist, once trusted by the National Institutes of Health, he began as a respected researcher studying the brain, human behavior, even dolphins. But then he made a choice that separated him from the rest. Instead of keeping his focus on the lab, he turned his tools inward, into the hidden space of the human mind. That decision changed everything. What he reported back no longer sounded like science. It sounded like something far stranger, as if he had stepped beyond reality itself. Lilly became known for a single maxim that summed up his years of exploration. In the province of the mind, what one believes to be true either is true or becomes true. For him, the mind was a world where belief itself shaped reality.
There's one use of language that's valid. That's the injunctive use. Telling you how to do things.
This just seems like it might have just been DMT and LSD based science, like before, maybe a little bit after MK Ultra. It seems like what it is.
The descriptive one is very poor, and William James said it. The other world is a separation from this one by the thinnest of screens, and I found this screen is language. So you have to abandon it when you're going to these other realities.
If you believe something strongly enough, it would become the framework you lived in. But there was a twist. Each belief eventually revealed itself as a limit, a kind of wall. And once you pushed past that wall, a new layer of reality appeared. The process never stopped. There was always another layer, another deeper truth waiting to be uncovered.
But if you take the same kinds of trips, you'll find a different flora and fauna. Different kinds.
Each time.
Yeah. Right. So the province of the mind, there are no limits.
And yet, if one pushes that very, very far, I guess no limits almost means nothing. There's nothing there. Limits is what defines things. It's what creates form.
Well, there are no limits that you put on it previously, and new limits may appear, which define it in an entirely new way, which is much larger.
It might sound mystical, but decades later, modern science began to circle back to the same idea. In 2019, a study in cognitive sciences argued that the brain does not simply record reality like a camera. Instead, it actively constructs it, filtering and building the world we see out of raw data. Lilly had already been saying this back in the 1960s and 70s. He had simply lived it through his experiments, long before neuroscience had the tools to back him up. So the real question becomes, if your brain is building reality, what kind of world is it making for you? Lilly wasn't willing to leave that unanswered. He went inside his own mind to find out, and what he brought back was nothing short of a map to heaven and hell. He tried to chart it as if he were a cartographer mapping an unknown continent. In his book, The Center of the Cyclone, 1972, he laid out what he called levels of consciousness. Each level was numbered, moving upward into experiences of bliss and unity, or downward into terror and chaos. He wrote about states like +3 and +1, where he felt pulled out of his body and into a vast union with the essence of creation itself.
Well, there's one state beyond +3. That's +1. But you're not allowed to remember that. Once you go into it, you have union with God, and so you're non-human. So there's no way you can recount what happened. There's no way of saying it, because it's beyond language.
Yes.
Well, all those states are beyond language. Language is a very poor instrument to express them.
And he described +12 as the so-called blissful idiot state, where everything appeared golden, glowing, and perfect, as if joy itself had soaked into the fabric of reality. But then, there were minus levels too, and these were not the kind of places anyone would want to visit. At -6, he said he endured what he called a guided tour of hell, a state so filled with terror and despair that it scarred him permanently.
And then there are the minus states, but I don't go into those.
No, but at one point you wrote about the importance of going into the minus states and remaining perfectly aware, being conscious in those negative states, not trying to block out the negativity, and you described that, as I recall, as burning karma.
Yes. And then there's in the Center of the Cyclone, there's a chapter called A Guided Tour of Hell, which was -6. And that was awful. So I never had to get back to that. And I was never frightened again. I was totally terrified now.
I suppose it's what the Christian mystics sometimes refer to as the dark night of the soul.
Well, it was the dark night of my soul.
He admitted he never wanted to go back. The experiences were surreal. Lilly once described hearing a bird call in ordinary life and suddenly perceiving its sound echoing through the entire galaxy. At other times, he felt like he had been trapped in pits of horror so deep that no amount of reason could free him. These descriptions sound unbelievable, but modern research has noted uncanny parallels. A 2014 study published in Frontiers in Psychology found that volunteers under psychedelics reported states of overwhelming cosmic unity, as well as terrifying encounters with dark, hellish realms. And this is where you have to stop and ask yourself, what if those strange highs and terrifying lows weren't just happening inside his mind? What if something was shaping them from the outside, guiding him toward a bigger revelation? One of Lilly's most unusual claims came after a near-fatal car accident. He believed the crash hadn't been an accident at all. According to him, it had been staged by a hidden intelligence that he called ECHO, short for the Earth Coincidence Control Office.
But it means to me the Earth Coincidence Control Office, which is one of God's field offices. And ECHO runs our lives, though we won't admit it. And if you're an ECHO agent, you can be very, very careful to use your best intelligence in ECHO's service, and you realize there are no discoveries, there are only revelations. And that was a come down for the scientist, me as a scientist.
He said they didn't just pull strings during his accidents, they also seemed to manipulate everyday life, meetings with strangers, lucky breaks, and even moments of life-saving timing. To Lilly, this was no coincidence, it was Echo's design. He described this agency as both playful and serious, teaching him lessons by setting up elaborate situations. If he ignored the lessons, Echo would push harder, sometimes to the point of risking his life. To outsiders, it might sound like paranoia, but Lilly insisted these patterns were too precise to be chance. He felt he was in constant dialogue with a hidden system, almost as if reality itself had a control office sending him coded messages through coincidences.
There's coincidence control. It's coincidence control what they do. And they say, we control the long-term coincidences, you control the short-term ones, and when you find out how we do the long-term ones, you no longer have to remain on Earth, you don't have to return there.
Modern psychology has studied this idea under a different name. In 2021, a review in Psychology of Consciousness examined how people interpret meaningful coincidences, often treating them as signs or hidden order in their lives. Whether or not a cosmic control office exists, the human tendency to find significance in chance events is undeniable. Lilly simply pushed that idea further than most. And if coincidences could be messages, Lilly wondered, what about realities themselves? If hidden forces could bend chance, could the mind also bend the very structure of existence? That was when his visions took an even stranger turn. There was one vision that Lilly spoke of more than any other.
I experienced alternity very dramatically when I came back from Chile. I sat in Elizabeth Campbell's living room in Los Angeles, and what I call the prophet meditation, sitting on the floor, and my spine and I'm not straight, and suddenly a line of light comes down through my spine, and there are leaves of different realities all around me. And I could look into the future, and the present is right here in each of those, and it goes on out to many years from now. It goes to infinity upwards. And there's a tremendous amount of power going through this.
He said he reached a point where he could see all realities at once. Not just one life, not just one timeline, but every possible version of himself in the universe. He described it as if he were standing in the middle of an infinite library, with shelves upon shelves of different realities stretching out forever. Each shelf was another world, another choice, another outcome already existing. In that state, he claimed he was given the ability to choose. Out of the endless possibilities, he could decide which branch of reality he would continue living in. The choice was not random, it was deliberate, as though he could flip through the pages of existence and select the story that would unfold next. For Lilly, it was an event he lived through in the depths of his experiments. It would sound like a fantasy to you, but physics has been moving in a strange direction that echoes his vision. A 2022 study published in Nature Physics explored the idea of quantum multiverse branching, suggesting that all possible outcomes exist simultaneously until one path is selected. In other words, multiple realities are not just speculation, they may be a real feature of the universe. So, was Lilly hallucinating, or did he stumble into the truth that science is only beginning to approach? He insisted he saw directly from inside his own mind. He believed consciousness itself was the key that allowed him to peer into the library of worlds. But let me tell you this, Lilly's journey into consciousness were not without danger. He was not a cautious explorer. He pushed himself to the edge with powerful substances like LSD and ketamine, testing how far the mind could be stretched before it broke.
I don't like it anymore.
But it creates a state where one can enter into inner realities free from the attachments of the body.
Echo told me to stop using it and get back here and learn how to be human.
These were not gentle experiments. They left scars, both physical and psychological. He often admitted that his explorations took him to places few would dare to go, and fewer still would survive. It was a path that demanded everything: sanity, safety, even his own sense of self. Lilly risked it all, convinced that the knowledge he brought back was worth the danger. Today, these ideas no longer sound like fringe speculation. Conversations about simulation theory, virtual reality, and alternate timelines dominate science and philosophy alike. People question whether our lives are happening in a fixed, physical world, or inside something designed, coded, and layered like a simulation. Lilly went further than almost anyone ever dared. He shattered reality, stepped through its ruins, and somehow returned with stories that still disturb and inspire. His message was simple but dangerous. Build your belief, live inside it, then destroy it. again and again until something greater reveals itself. It leaves us with an uncomfortable question. If reality is only one of many programs, what happens when you decide to step outside of it? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below.
Alright, I'm gonna go eat and chill. Hope you guys have a good